the first one happens, which is nothing. If you make it to the semifinals, there is a 10% chance that you might be selected as an outer disciple for the Lofty Sword Pavilion. Just because you have a unique constitution and unique Tao and combination of whatever the fuck's going on. Also, you're not bad at the sword. It's in your name. You have one of the requirements of joining the Lofty Sword Pavilion is you have to have sword in your name. It's your commitment. The other percentage is there's a 90% chance if the carnival shows up that they will snag you and your friends, which is kind of a grim dark going forward on the earthly path, but you will be wildly stronger every day you survive with the carnival swords. They are unorthodox and borderline demonic in their style of training. They only take the finest talent, and they grab everyone they think has talent, and they put them together, and they only want to see a certain percentage of them rise to the top, like the best of the best talent. And then everyone is just a stepping stone, fodder for these super geniuses. They're a direct competitor for a serious reason. They are not part of the House of Pain, but they do utilize any technique that works to get stronger, and it's up to the genius to figure out if it's worth training or not.
Okay.
So there's many fates that you can see in the Sword Carnival. Most of which is you guys die.
Mm-hmm.
Like the competitions, they are like every week fight someone to the death. Go. But every week you survive, you get a wealth factor equivalent of resources and access to specific goods, techniques, knowledges, trainers, facilities to improve yourself.
Right.
The Lofty Sword Pavilion, if you are accepted in that 10%, your future's not very good. It's pretty bleak. They don't treat the outer hall disciples very well, and they don't really tolerate killing like the other guys do. There's a lot of factionalism. There's a lot of tribalism. There's a lot of cliques. Influence behind the scenes. A lot of money. So it'd be pretty miserable. But at least you'd be in Zone 3. And if you wanted to just fuck off after you've gotten your bearings and built your cultivation enough to be worthy of Zone 3, you could just restart your adventure in Zone 3. But you have multiple new paths ahead, and you can manipulate those probabilities. But the Sword Carnival, if it arrives, there will be... Basically, the competition might unravel because all the people are gone. You could change it if you use this knowledge to present it to somebody who could intercede, like the authorities of the Zone 4. But that also has an obscured fate. There's too many outcomes, both good, bad, and neutral, for you and your allies upon revealing that information. It can be anywhere from they think you're part of the carnival and you are imprisoned for the rest of your life, but at least the carnival was stopped. Or they laugh you out in your face and maybe even disqualify you from the tournament for even mentioning their name. It can be anywhere on that scale. So, an absolute overload of information, especially when you use your once per day.
Yeah. Did I perhaps get the names of the did I get a good look at the hotel names, for example, the inns? When I was looking at
you
that
did.
vision?
You can kind of see the one that would cause the Sword Carnival.
Right.
It's obscured for the one that doesn't cause it, because the ripple effect is so potent.
Mhm.
There's this dark, maddening clarity to it. The inn has no name plaque to it, but it has a small faded symbol, and it's down by the river.
Gotcha.
Where on the river? Not sure. But you can definitely see a specific vantage point of the mountain, so you can guess kind of, but with the way the city's compressed, it's not ideal. Um, the image is it's a crescent moon, um, as if the full moon got hit by a meteor. So it's got these broken moon fragments,
Mhm.
and all that's left is a jagged um, crescent moon. It's filled with all sorts of people who, frankly, never show their faces. They always have a veil or a cowl or some sort of hood. It's kind of the theme. They don't even let you in if they can see your face.
Okay.
Probably not another inn like that, but there might be. But also, holy shit, it's on the river. Only only people who are mad or desperate have establishments, even within sightline of the river. Because the river
Hmm.
don't like people.
Yeah. I wonder. 'Cause I feel like if we could
Um,
stop that event from happening, that might at least allow me to go forward.
okay. Since you rolled particularly well,
Yeah.
Fate Bonds has a weird approach to visions. They also
Mhm.
allow you to not just see it, but you get to pick two other senses of the five senses to gain some sort of additional perspective, such as
Okay.
what's the vibe or feel of it, or um, do I hear any particular notable or distinguishable sounds?
Yeah.
Is there a
Um,
taste in the air that's unique?
uh, I have Daredevil, so I'll pick sound or hearing for the second one, and that will help with describing for the Lyron, at least give him an advantage there. And then the other one I will pick is taste.
Okay. Uh, um, the sound is a keening blade, even in its sheath. The individual's is unable to utilize um, techniques to hide the sword energy that emanates from the blade. It is what happens when you've practiced the blade to a point that is unimaginable. You just can't contain it, and the sword itself, if it has any conductivity whatsoever, thrums with your power, especially if it's been used for a long time.
Okay.
It's a, it's the sound of what sharpness, true sharpness, should sound like. In fact, it cuts your ear.
Oh,
Fortunately, not the inside, but you have a cut mark.
okay.
And you said the taste.
Yes.
Um, it's the taste of blood in the air and steel on bone. It's unmistakable. But also, there's a bit of a carnival flair. Cotton candy, um, fried foods, kind of an acrid like fireworks spell, like they've went to the fair.
Okay.
Um, if you're anywhere near this guy ever, you will know
Right.
from just those distinguishable marks.
Well, I think we have an additional quest line that's happening now for us all. Uh, Intrigue
Correct.
in the
This would
city.
allow you to pursue the sword to its apex. But
Oh, for
did I just
sure.
disconnect?
Nope, I
No.
heard you.
Okay. I heard a
Sword
noise
to
of
its
something being
apex.
disconnected. Um, it would also get you access to a series of resources and tutors and whatnot that you couldn't get into because it's invite only, which means kidnap only. Yeah, it would unlock a different storyline. They would absolutely take your friends, even if they don't wield a sword. They'll teach them. They just need someone who's talented. And they don't require the name sword in your down name. They absolutely love poison practitioners. They think they're like, they're the smart people on the path because you can kill everything with poison. Win any fight, any discussion, any battle, take all the loot. Great. Lyron's kind of an enigma, and they love that. But it's going to be rough because they want to hone you as cultivators. But yeah, two separate fates. One of cold probability, and the other of fiery passion.
And for summary for that is if the giantess dies, if the necromancer resummons, and if the blood is mixed, and if I roll a 99 or 100, we get Big Bad Oni coming up and fucking everyone's day up and
Yeah,
check
a
number
yaksha.
4. And the carnival mix is what happens if I succeed, and we have a wonderful interaction of this one individual to give the go ahead. Yes, right. We have information on an individual.
You've begun cutting out.
I'm cutting out.
Yeah.
All right. That's what happens when I swapped from automatically. Let's try this now.
You stopped
guys hear
cutting out
me?
as soon as I responded, or as I mentioned it. So we're good. Everything's fine.
Okay. That's the automatically determined input sensitivity. That's the part that's because you can probably hear my fan now, eh?
Yes, but it's not loud.
Just gonna bring this up a little bit more. Yeah, I stopped using broadcast, so I'm trying crisp out because it's. I don't know. Anyway, okay. Well, how many downtime scenes did that take? Was that just the one still?
Yeah, that was just party meditation. And there was enough of it was a good enough connection as they were in a waxing orbit towards Marshall Garden. And there was a celestial conduit in which they were able to boost their signal to not only hear but to respond. And there was a big enough fate nexus point where everything can get scrambled and all fates are in flux. And the road forward is heavily obscured with branching paths. For them to go, I should probably help.
Okay.
Just this once.
I do love my goddess, and I will give thanks for this information. And well, it's time to now.
Probably should talk with the group.
Yeah. I will call a meeting of sorts. Unfortunately, this will change up timelines for some guys since everyone's already doing stuff.
It'll be a brief man. It's not going to take a whole DTS. It'll be like 15-minute talk. So don't worry about it.
So I'll give everyone a call, and Chung Po's in his safe space. Therefore, I will leave him a message to meet us at the orrery.
Yeah, Poe of the Chun.
I will take the message, or depending on depending on how we want to do that, either I catch the message later and appear back, or
This is a recall in a sense. Like, hey,
okay,
come to the orrery.
cool. I'll be there.
I think I might be at the orrery right now.
Wonderful.
Also known as Wunderbar.
Wunderbar. All right, everyone. So, I have gotten a little bit of information. Well, not a little bit. My goddess has gracefully given me a vision of the future events to come.
Oh,
So, on one side, you know this whole event we have coming up in a day. There is the fight is going to be interesting. Mostly if certain things happen, as they are currently going to. We're going to summon a giant demon that's going to completely destroy this area.
oh, that
Yeah,
sounds really bad.
I think
Yeah.
so. Um, so what would happen is, if you remember the fight from earlier, there's a giantess, quite the lass, but she is what would you call a catalyst, as the vessel for this demon. There's a necromancer, which allows controlling of the individual to kind of make a better vessel. And there is a pain practitioner whose blood is going to make things kind of make it happen, I suppose. And then there's me that puts all the pieces together somehow. There's a few things we could do to stop this. One I was thinking of is poisoning the judges, and in some way to so they are out sick and have to be replaced. Um,
Then the bribe would be useless, and we've poisoned some judges, which sounds risky.
I think it's doable.
Quite possibly. I heard
Who's
down
gonna
the
do the poisoning,
grapevine
though?
that there's a practitioner currently in prison that can poison people with a look.
Oh, really? Is that true, Chumbo? Have you seen this individual?
Okay, so poisoning people with a glance?
Yeah, you intimidated a guard out of your room once with
Ah,
that.
okay. Yeah. Well, wouldn't it's not exactly poisoning, but sure.
The threat of poison. Maybe not backed up, but doesn't need to be.
So, yeah, that's a fun fight. And Savalaire will look over to V and say, "I don't think you're. Do you think you could take one of those individuals?"
A demon?
No, for V. I'm looking at V here.
Oh, sorry.
In your current form and with the current causality affecting you.
Mm. And the zone suppression would be the deciding factor. Unfortunately, a lot of my major systems are not going to be accessible due to the zone suppression. Or I could beat it with an inch of its life and send it back with its tail between its legs to its master if we were in zone 3 or higher.
Right.
And I
Okay.
could beat it with a pinky finger if we were in zone 4. But we're in zone 1. The zone suppression is tyrannical in a way I can't particularly and adequately describe to someone who hasn't felt it to such a degree. It will have no sense. So I would probably lose.
Okay. Duality has a snap from the Void Mother's shadow, but I don't believe duality is your cultivation level. Probably not enough. So
Well, Yama is the current reigning god of death on the path, so it would be a death skill, right? I'd kill it, but it's Yama. Yama's not just limited to the earthly path, but he is the god of death for all the paths.
right. So that would be a
mhm.
little difficult. So things I'm thinking of. One is removing one of the pieces. I can remove myself and forfeit the match. Therefore, um, the ritual requirements would not be bypassed in a sense. Unfortunate, but doable. We could also take out one of the other pieces, I suppose. If the giantess wasn't there, or if the necromancer or the other pain practitioner, if they weren't involved in the fight, well, then I don't think it would be too hard. Um, so judges or individuals participating. That's what I see for the future. What are your thoughts?
Is that to V or everyone in
Everyone, yeah.
Well,
Is that all you
so
saw?
No, this is just for part one. This is the first aspect. I haven't talked about everything yet.
so theoretically removing yourself, that's arguably that one's a good easy choice, but we don't always want to just take that. Um, the giantess is a contender with you, correct? Or like is a sword, like sword person that you are fighting against?
Yes, it was the same. Oh, right, you weren't there. Yes, it is another sword practitioner. They're all sword practitioners in order to be in the tournament, right?
Gotcha.
But it's another one of the pieces of the puzzle.
Hmm. Well, i- is the next is the fight that you saw, is it going to be a group fight to where you all are there, or is it something that would be like one on one?
No, it's
I'm
the
not
group fight that's happening
okay.
for not tomorrow, but the next day.
The
Is
1v1 v
somebody
1v1.
A free for all, but with four people.
is there a piece on the board that is actively trying to create this future?
No, it's mostly just a coincidence.
Okay. Um,
It
The
is
dominoes.
strange that all four of you are in the same arena.
Hmm.
Out of all the practitioners who've made it this far,
That all
I don't
those.
know. I
This
don't
is,
believe in coincidences quite like that. Um,
yes, because I was not. Well, hold on. Hmm. I suppose your contact that put this all together in the first place could be part of the situation and why this
talking
happens.
talking to contact I had,
Yes, the one you introduced to us.
the Joker.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well,
They were the one that suggested about or said as I quote, I like you, so I'm going to give you something. I'm going to give you an offer, for example, that you'll like, um, pushing it onto us without asking for it in the first place. The group fight altogether.
Hmm.
Is there? That's the only future you saw? Because that
Oh
doesn't.
no. Having success and dealing with this is not the only future. It is the only future that I see happening for the next coming fight, but that's only with a failure, I suppose. The success is the other future I see. Do you want to know about that one?
Oh yeah, I mean, I'd
Yes.
prefer to not summon a demon.
Well, no. That's if we figure this out and make it not happen
Hmm.
by either failing or whatever. The second aspect is success, where I reign victorious in the free for all and go on to the next area. There will be an individual that comes down, and this individual, let's call them a scout for a larger group in the next zones. They are contenders for the Lofty Sword Pavilion. Rivals, maybe. Their name is of the carnival, and well, they're going to kidnap us if we succeed.
Huh.
So, do we just not fight then?
No, there's an option we have. There's a scout that comes down, and the only reason they decide to go is because there is um, an inn they go into. Funny enough, and then they hear about all the talent that is currently at the martial arts tournament, and that gives them the certain requirements to be able to come down and snatch us. So if we stop this individual, we can also, well, not have this happen to us and choose our own fates.
So,
So we go to this inn and
Mhm.
what? Spread other rumors?
Or have it not accessible, for example, where they only have one choice. That's also an option. Or we, I don't know, set off a bomb so it
Hmm.
explodes. I feel like having the option should still be there, but it should be blocked off so there's only one choice. It's what my gut is telling me.
so, well, I have a question of the people that would kidnap us. Uh, that would derail our cosmic. Would that derail our cosmic intentions?
I don't know what you mean.
Would we be go? I don't know. It feels like we would be
Not
going
going
on.
to space.
Derail. Oh, yes, that would derail going the cosmic path. Yes, that would force us into a situation where we stay on the earthly.
Right. So, what do we want?
Not to do that because that took away your choice of getting the bees in this case.
Well, I mean, I could get earthly bees. Those are still a thing, but
But also being captured by something
yeah.
that is a clown show doesn't sound very fun.
Yeah,
Well,
the
maybe it
circus
is.
would very much be what would you call a death sentence? Well, not for us, of course, but it would be very highly probable that we die. Um,
Right.
so hard mode, of course.
Hmm. Okay. What do we want?
Uh, I think it's a great option, but no emphasis on great because we've already made a choice. We've made a path for ourselves. This was an option, of course, but I thought the cosmic path was our collective choice, and we're always optioned. I mean, we're always have the opportunity to stop and make a different choice. And we always have the freedom to do that. But I'm still forward and looking to the cosmic path.
I agree, and currently I'm trying to deal with some things, but I'm also trying to orient towards cosmic ideologies and thinking and understanding of certain things. If that were to change, I don't mind, but as long as we agreed as a group of what we want, because
Has to involve bees.
yes, has to have bees.
Hmm.
Vicarious will look over at Lyron. I suppose I could teach you how to read the numbers.
Oh, the numbers.
Utilizing a vision. Visions are highly inaccurate and frankly more harmful than helpful. But if you ran the numbers and actually got tangible information, this actually might be the opposite, more helpful than harmful. But you would have to run the numbers.
Oh,
You would have to perform.
I have the number key, by the way. 3695.
Out of what scale?
1 million.
That'll be sufficient. You would have to do a tier 3 chant, though, over an extended period of time. Have you improved your durability?
Yes, I think I was prepared for this next tier of chant. It just was the one afterwards that I was worried about.
If you're able to perform that particular chant for about an hour, uninterrupted, we could potentially look into this future. I would assist to make the calculation quicker. Normally this would take weeks.
I already have the third frequency for
Yeah,
mathematics.
I know, but how taxing is it to use it for a long period of time?
To do the rules
If
for
not at
that
all,
is the
you
first
get
one.
some serious answers.
Frequency. Does this not have how much? Minus 10. Fellowship bonus plus 1. Gain 1d10 plus fellowship bonus and insanity each turn.
Oh. But you have insanity negation, so that should help.
Yeah, but that insanity negation is based off of my intelligence.
Right.
So it only reduces the fellowship. I could take the insanity thing again and be fine.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. Merit. Just a little merit purchase.
Yeah. And that's 10 for the second purchase of that.
Why not just do a select?
It's an enhance.
Right. So select the enhance.
You can select the enhance.
Enhance isn't a like a select choice, right? It's a central discipline. Yeah.
Any
That's
purchased
relevant.
options specifically from the enhanced list may not be targeted by the select outer pillar discipline.
All right. And then yes, it's 10.
Okay.
I think intelligence is only in minds. It might be in swiftness as well.
Intelligence is mind and swiftness.
So you could do if you haven't already done in a swiftness enhance, I suppose you can do that as well.
Oh, you're right. I could do it as a swiftness enhance. So I think it was a mind enhance the first time. Yeah, it was a mind enhance the first time. So I could do a swiftness enhance for
There you go.
5.
Yeah.
We'll do a swiftness enhance for 5. And how many hours was it that I needed to do that chant?
1.
1 hour. I can maintain that, and I can convert energy into fatigue. Give me a sec. I'm seeing if I even have enough fatigue for this.
You did select your fatigue threshold.
Yeah, with the
With,
Tessergonian battery.
Yeah.
But it's a fatigue. Every round, I think, and it's just, for some reason, it wasn't in the thrum frequency. I don't know where that is. It might just be that it's giving me negatives, because there's nothing about a fatigue cost in it. So I guess it's just the insanity that I had to deal with. And the minus 10 rolls.
Is it a stacking thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Each combined frequency past this one. So minus 30. Yeah, it's a minus 330 to all rolls around me.
Okay. And it includes you in this case?
Yes. All marked entities. So I can disclude any people, but I can't disclude myself.
Yeah. I have 12 tumbleweeds that I can help with. You also have your key you can utilize.
Yeah. So we've dealt with the insanity, and then I just need to pass a mathematics roll after an hour of doing this.
If you're able to endure an entire hour of doing a level 3 chant, you will be able to do the calculations to enhance the vision, run the numbers.
Without a check?
Yep.
Okay. Then I
You
can
just
do
have
it.
to endure.
And that's just the insanity at this point. I don't have spooky kill you things. I just have get super debuffed and go insane right now.
You could take a purchase towards the enhance intelligence to reduce.
I did. I took another one.
Yeah.
Because I need a second one, as it is based on my fellowship how much insanity. So I would still be getting insanity otherwise. Oh. The dread frequency is spooky. So I guess I'll do that for an hour. I can do all 3 frequencies at this point without, I guess, the worst penalty. I just can't make rolls very well during that time, and I don't have any reinforcements. Neither do you guys if you're near me.
I think the willpower is the only one I could help out with. I mean, I would have.
Well, you have minus 3 right now, yeah. It's all your reinforcements.
Well, Chung-Po can go back to doing poison stuff. Lyron, this
Yes,
screws up with your
it's just an hour of chanting. It just pushes me 1 DTS ahead of the...
Yeah.
Or like 1 DTA, really. Missing, or 2 DTA? 1 or 2 DTA ahead of the tournament afterwards with the research I've already done.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll do that to enhance the vision and run the numbers. Because currently, the only thing that's actually doing direct harm is the 3rd frequency, which is this. The other ones are just giving me massive debuffs.
Target takes damage directly each round equal to their insanity score.
Yeah, that's if I fail.
Yeah.
I don't have any insanity right now, so
Well, with this new purchase, it's going to be even harder.
yeah. And then this is the second frequency, which is just minus 30 a whole lot. So minus 330, which is quite good if I don't have to roll in a fight.
It's a sustained. All right.
And then the first one is just minus reinforcement, so it doesn't actually do damage.
All right. You create a sound domain using Vicarious's help. You kind of float down and land onto the sheer surface of the domain, and it kind of ripples under your feet. Vicarious is there, but they're kind of like a lotus sitting position Buddha, but instead of the flowers of the lotus, the golden lotus, they have these a machine copy, but their size is they feel extremely far off, but they feel larger than life. They fill up the entire west part of your perception if you look that way. And they kind of look down at you, and this is what pinnacle tier cultivation looks like in its true form, unshackled in a mindscape. They have both of their lotuses completely built and opened, constructed their golden core, which is a mutated machine variant, as well as their Jade Palace, which is also a mutated machine variant. And there's something else you can't identify. And they kind of wave a hand slowly, but it kind of spans the horizon. And it pulls up the data, an incalculable amount of data. And it captures, using that fate barcode that was given, the scenario you're looking at. And they spin it into the domain for you to play with, toy with, play with the numbers, interact with the scenario in the safety of this sound domain. And
Okay.
a gesture for you to play with the scenario. There are two save files. There's the Yang file and the Yin file. It's much easier to calculate the Yin file, as that is a logical series of probabilities and numbers. The Yang file is a chaotic asshole with random probability variables built in, that every time you play with it, those random variables change. Even if you reload the save from the beginning, the variables are like, dice roll. This is what I am this time.
Okay.
Put up to drive anyone mad. But fortunately, there's no major random variable. There's a bunch of little minor ones. So, within acceptable parameters.
Okay.
You have an hour, but that hour is an eternity. There is no time. There's just here and now. Can't cultivate here. The only thing you can interact with is the scenario, but you could spend forever in here.
We're gonna spend
in here. You can spend merit, you can spend fate currency, you can spend narrative points, protagonist points. You can spend those resources, the ephemeral fate-based stuff. You can disappoint your master. You can disappoint them very badly in here if you, frankly, just don't produce good results, don't manipulate the files well.
Okay, so I'm editing things right now.
You're playing a video back over and over and over again, but this video, you can interact with it and play with variables.
Cyberpunk 2020, the 2077 style, dream. What is it called?
Deep dive?
No,
It's
it's
not a
called
deep dive. It's a brain dance.
Brain dance.
Yeah, but in this case, you can go over to, say, like Lar, who's in the arena, and manipulate the
How he would
probability
have.
of
Okay.
how he would have gone about his attack pattern. You can even go as minute as what he chooses to do on each of his half actions, let alone all the judges, the condition of the arena, the weather. You can mess with all the other contestants and what they do. Their sheets are a little obscured, but the more you interact with them, the more relevant data reveals itself.
So, okay.
This is what the Truth Faction excel at. They can sit in a space for the equivalent of a real-time hour and play with details so minute and so complete that they have already mapped out every scenario, every probability, no matter how different.
All right. I would like to just play through the scenario and see it how Lar did at first.
Okay.
See what I'm
Yin or
working
Yang
with.
file.
The Yang file is the demon, right?
Mm-hmm. The Yaksha.
We'll start with that because that happens first anyway, and the Yin file happens if the Yang file doesn't.
Yep. So Fate Bonds was off by 0.4%, which is inaccurate by the Truth Faction's description. It is 25.4% chance. But that's not the best case scenario. There is a realm in which you can manipulate a couple details to make it 100%. Just watching the Yang file play out, those minor variables turn out to be pretty key. And that's that everyone also has roles. They have a probability of their actions and how they execute those actions. When you become a serious cultivator, you can divorce yourself from a role and choose how you, with the outcome of your actions. Basically, you have a set value, and every time you choose that action, you can choose to go up to the maximum set value or dial it down to a determined value of your choice.
Mm-hmm.
No more rolling. But everyone here still rolls those probability dice every time they act. First time through, actually kind of funny. They engage in kind of a series of 2v2s until the pain guy breaks combat and charges towards the other, towards the giantess and Johnny, who are squaring off. And Johnny unfortunately catches a pommel strike from the goddess or the giantess and just gets knocked out. Thrown into the stands. Scenario over. No Yaksha. You want to run it again?
I do. This time I'm going to have Lar attacking the Necromancer first.
Okay, you run it across. They do something that you probably shouldn't share with Lar. They reach out and fell energies reach towards him through his gear to his golden card, and this individual starts resurrecting the dead of that world, pulling them from the card and manifesting them into reality. All of their warriors, whoever wielded a sword, all their famous heroes and villains. And they just start filling the arena. And the person just stares Lar in the eyes as you see panic run through him, as his responsibility to safeguard not just the living, but the dead. He has failed, and there are dire consequences for that.
Okay. That's
And
not
it
good.
changes the fight badly because they have a near infinite supply. And they quickly overwhelm everybody.
Also,
There's
no
a lot of
demon,
ways this
though,
can
right?
play out, though.
I guess it could have the demon still happen there.
Yeah, there's a good chance the demon happens. If Lar retreats, or if he gives in to his fury and wrath, there's a lot of ways this can play out. If the Painbringer is just held in place by impaled swords, unable to continue fighting because he can't move because he's impaled by 30 swords, still alive, still angry. And the Giantess and the Painbringer guy are separate on the other side of the arena. As long as they don't mix, it's fine. But there's that element where Lar goes berserk for such a sacrilege, such a profane breach of just the sacredness of the dead.
Okay. Let's run that scenario again, except Lar sends the card to the orrery immediately.
They just engage in fights. That stick, really strong, but with the teeth on the necromancer's blade, they're movable. They're not static. The individual twists in a parry, and the bones it catches the stick between the bone teeth, and the bone teeth meld over the stick, trapping the blade, making it unable to be pulled out, disarming him. But the judges go, "Get your stick back, fight on." And hilarity ensues. This person is much better equipped and prepared, specifically on defenses. They have a offense's defense. Anytime you make an attack, they not only erect a wall of bones, or a shield wall of bones, but they also have the defenses they erect attack you. It's a Thorns effect. But they determine how much resources they want to spend on the attack. And the only way to wear down this fighter is to destroy enough of their resources they can't resummon it. Breaking them doesn't work. You have to destroy it, like burn it to ash or obliviate it into particles, because otherwise they can continue to reuse and reshape the bones. They're an attrition fighter. They don't really need fancy sword moves if everything you do just wears you out and they outlast you. It's a really bad matchup. Except Lar has a fire that is hard to deal with, and it doesn't like to go out. And that will be Lar's greatest asset against the Necromancer, considering fire also burns away yin energy, evil energies too. So it's how well it comes down to Lar commanding his fire. And his sometimes reckless and sometimes creative uses of it.
It's also an artifact that Sabalara has. The Go Piece.
Which one are you thinking about?
The Go Piece.
Yeah. Every scenario you run, Lyron, that he uses the Go piece, the Yaksha is summoned. There's too much yin energy. It automatically bridges the connection through Lar. Lar becomes a unwilling conduit, and the Yaksha arrives. But there needs to be enough blood spilled. So he could probably get away with it used once. But there's like a 10% chance he uses it and nothing bad happens. The other 90%, it can even gutter his unquenchable flame. That's how much power is in that yin stone. There's enough yin to drown out fire. And it's so pure, it can span the distance between the overworld and the underworld. Turn order. If he goes first, he could probably get away with using it once, but that releases a ton of pure yin energy in the air, and not a small amount. And the next time someone exchanges damage with each other, so blood splattered everywhere, mixed on the ground, it'll summon lesser things. Necromancer gets wildly stronger for no reason the moment that the blood is spilled and the yin energy is in there. In fact, Giant just doesn't even have to die. The blood just has to mix with the other guy on the ground, and then Johnny has to fumble one roll. It makes it way easier to summon it. There's too much power in that yin stone. It's quite the artifact. What else, Lyron? Come on. Use Giga Brain. Drink coffee. Expand one's consciousness into the transcendent plane.
Oh shoot, I was muted. I realize that the judges are currently being paid to look the other way. What happens if I interfere by using a mathematics chant? Which
there's a good chance the match is canceled. And you're taken to prison.
Okay.
Really easy to get out. Don't worry.
No, we're talking Sword Tower
probably
dungeon.
Sword Tower.
Sword Tower
If I'm using something from like the 5th zone, wouldn't they probably take me to the Lofty Sword Pavilion?
Yeah, you'd be held in the 12th Sword Tower for the Lofty Sword Pavilion guy to come collect you, so that they can pry open the secrets in your skull.
Okay, so don't do that.
But you would definitely
Stop
get the match disqualified.
Yeah.
And they'd have to do it again later, potentially with different contestants. But maybe they have the same grouping, same positions.
Mm-hmm. If somebody's trying to make this happen, but have backups.
Well, you can run that probability here. You can try and look for a malefactor agent.
Yeah, we'll do that and see. Is it something that I can continue to look at the vision further?
There's a lot of skips and gaps because the vision only covers certain things, but
relating to Lar,
you
presumably.
can run the probabilities for the outcome of the next the makeup match, and just see how many variables of change there are. You can run it 1,000,000 times.
I will do that.
There is only 10 instances in 1,000,000 runs of it that there's a different lineup.
Like a different, or one that can't summon the yokai, right?
Yeah, so there's the 4 same people in the same positions in the same arena. 999,990 times out of 1,000,000.
Well, that's fascinating.
That is a very strong probability that there's someone fucking with this.
What happens if Poe poisons somebody before the fight? Say the barbarian lady.
There's a witch hunt.
There's a witch hunt.
Mass executions, mass hysteria, a lot of death. Like the whole tournament is put on hold for a week while they round up everyone they can possibly think of that has poison.
It's a good thing Poe's in prison.
No, he'd be brought to this 12 sword tower instead. Like, they wouldn't just leave him there. because as long as he stays in there, the police force can keep an eye on him. Not that they can contain him, but they can at least observe and note that he's there, which makes a lot of people very happy because they know where he is. And as long as he doesn't go out into the public, fine, whatever. Try not to make a scene and potentially ruin this year's sword tournament. The downside is if there's an actual poison strong enough to actually poison the giantess, and their inoculated X value is high enough, and their resistance to poison is high enough that Poe would have to pull out something particularly nasty from his collection. He would have to find something like the bone marrow devouring poison or something, like an advanced tier poison, something that he can't make yet, and dose this person. And that is high enough of a poison variable that the whole town loses their collective bananas. So anytime poison's involved, if you try and poison any of the contestants in the arena, or even the judges, it requires a poison high enough and sophisticated enough to create mass hysteria and mass executions, because people are just that terrified. And the sword tournament's put on hold. But hey, the auction doesn't happen.
True.
There's enough chaos that whatever this malefactor agent is trying to manipulate behind the scenes, he might get caught up in it. He may have to disappear. His plans may get dashed against the cliff face. He may end up on the execution block himself. Who knows?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that's not helpful there.
What about the?
I guess it is. What?
What about the people in the crowd watching? Maybe we can find out who this agent is.
Oh yeah, I'll run by some variables where the yokai is summoned and see how the crowd reacts in general. Just not watching the fight, but watching people in the arena.
Well, I can do you one better. I think I just take you to the arena,
Ooh,
and you can
that is.
see just who is in the stands. Make sure this is all nice and neat, so no mistakes are made. There you go.
Oh, we're in one of the proper arenas now.
Yes. Yes, you are.
Okay, so this is all the House of Pain people. I can tell because spikes.
Yep. And they have one of their matrons. Unlike most groups, the House of Pain always sends one of their, let's just say, masters of their house. And they get assigned a bunch of little ones to look over, a brood. But there's always a master, so it's not out of place for the House of Pain to have someone of that tier, because they're the ones who control them, the ones that tell them to stop, when to indulge, how to cultivate, when to cultivate. It's pretty structured, and you need someone to control and hold the reins of all of those demonic practitioners.
Okay. This is the dude that is the student of the glitch practitioner.
Nope.
The Emperor of Glitch. What?
Mm-mm.
No? No?
Not quite.
We've seen him.
Not quite. If you want, I have their image. This person is the.
Oh, it's that person. We've seen this person before, though.
Mm-hmm.
Where did we see that person?
I think they were at the night market too, though.
Yeah.
Yes, there was a ton of people at the night market, but you expected to see them again somewhere in the sword tournament, either in the stands or as an opponent, because the night market is a great place to get an advantage a lot of other people can't, if you can afford it.
Access, yeah.
What would happen if the orbital strike cannon shot the necromancer? Our sniper chick with the dark iron meteorite bullets.
You run the numbers. There's a 15.5% chance they find out your ship is in orbit
Oh, that's bad.
and do something about it.
The necromancer?
Necromancer's just a good shot. There's no way they're seeing an orbital fucking strike from a sniper unit. Oddly enough, they don't die. Every time the strike hits, they have some sort of life-saving artifact coupled with a instant proc, even against surprise attacks, bone barricade that appears over their head every time. The life-saving artifact is the thing that does the bulk of the work, but it shatters on hit, and then the barricade takes the rest. And once they're alerted, they pull an enormous amount of resources from their reserves to further reinforce the barricade. The match is stopped, and there's a chaos afterwards.
Okay. And I'm assuming that happens regardless. Well, actually, what happens if the bullet... we'll shoot each of the other contestants to see how they end up reacting to giant damage.
The man from the Pain faction, he just takes the hit, dies, comes back, and looks up like, that's fucking rude.
And then somebody else explodes?
No.
Ooh.
He just kind of reconstitutes himself, but there's blood everywhere. In fact, he's hit so hard because it's an artillery shell, because it's huge. He just explodes all over the arena. And then he kind of re-stitches himself back together from almost nothing. And he's like, "What? Spicy. Good hit. You fucking cheaters."
Well, it's good to know that. Well, and then he doesn't transfer that pain onto other people. So if he dies, he doesn't keep his charge.
Nope. That's a cool thing to learn. If he takes such an incredible amount of damage and is not presented a condition or an opportunity in which to trigger the transfer, he just builds and builds and builds until he keels over, and then he loses all of his charges. But the charges are part of the design to reconstitute him. So the only way to kill him is slowly. Basically, build up sustained damage that he can't regenerate. And don't let him build a pain charge reservoir high enough to meet the maximum pool threshold. Because if he builds a maximum pool threshold, he gets an extra life if he dies. Every time. But if it's not full or overflowing, and then he dies, he then has to trigger Adamantine Pathfinder. And then you have to play that game over and over again until he runs out of life-saving artifacts and then actually kills over permanently.
Well, that's
or he dies from insanity, because a lot of his build generates insanity if he can't expend that suffering.
So I learned how to pinpoint sound.
Mm-hmm.
What happens if I use the Mythmatics chant on him, but I use it with waveform Qigong to make it just thought-based, where he's just gaining a bunch of insanity?
Every time you use it, there's a 12-ish to 15% chance someone catches on every single time. You roll that probability. But there is a non-zero chance you get away with cheating.
So we haven't gotten judges that are that keen yet.
Yeah, you also have a bunch of judges that don't give a shit.
Yeah,
That's
that
what
is
they're
true.
paid for. They're paid to stand here and watch these talents and geniuses kill each other. So if they do catch it, they're more likely going to be like, If no one's complaining in the stands, I don't give a shit.
Does that mean
And
we
they're
just need to pay them?
You've already paid them.
No,
What
we
if
just
we
pay
pay
them
more?
to just
Yeah, but
actually give
other
a shit.
people would catch interest on my mathematics, though, is the problem. Because I think the judges aren't the ones that are noticing here. And if they do, then they're not caring.
Running the numbers, usually it's the Mistress of Pain who catches it. She's close enough with her powerful sense, especially if you're interacting with her people, because that's who they're here to support. They're the one that usually will catch it. There's also a very, very small percentage of chance that another individual catches on. Where is he? This guy, this weirdo.
Oh,
This guy right here. There's like a 2% chance every time you do it that it's some sort of like ultra instinct he catches it.
What does he do?
He unfortunately did not make it out of the previous round, but he is a avid practitioner of a style of instinct blade. It's not a fancy blade style. It's not proper. It's not well established. I have a sword or something with a sharp edge of myriad different lengths made from natural materials harvested from things I've hunted and killed. And I fight using instinct instead of style and logic. Unfortunately, a mass melee with a bunch of people really throws a chaos grenade into the equation. So he didn't make it out, but he gets to roll every time, and he has to roll a 1. Or if he expends a couple of his primal instinct key, he can increase that by another 1% per key spent. But he needs to figure out something's up in the first place.
But if he figures out something's up, he's guaranteed to notice it the second time.
Correct. If he figures out something's up, he can then spend resources to further hone in on it. And there's a non-zero chance he doesn't even give a shit. But he may mention something, and since he's very close to the Mistress of Pain, they will catch any murmurs or basically any quirks or tics from that guy, because the Mistress of Pain will definitely notice any aberrant behavior in the stands. And if the instinct practitioner is like, something's not right, they'll really hone in. So that's your major obstacle for cheating, is that one matron.
Everybody's connected.
But only because you're fucking with their person.
Yep. So what if I
If you mess with other people,
instead? Is
they don't seem to
she
care.
resistant to insanity? The necromancer.
The necromancer?
Yeah.
No, they use it as a resource for summons.
But if she's getting a bunch each round.
Yeah, it makes her wildly stronger.
Okay.
The downside is they have a systematic and a formulaic application of insanity use based abilities. So it's not something they can divulge or like expend on a reaction. It's like I spend a complex action or full effort or maximum effort action to use a huge number of resources and cast a spell to
So she gets
something.
nearly up to her insanity cap with that action and then uses all of it?
Yeah, on her turn, yeah.
So I hold an action, and as she's doing that, I give her a little bit more insanity.
True. But they keep a little in the tank, but they don't like max out.
Okay.
because a lot of their abilities generate insanity, and they don't want to overflow.
Got it. So that doesn't do anything.
The giantess absolutely is susceptible, but they have a huge reservoir.
Yeah,
So
and
instead
that's
of the
not really.
100, they go up to 1,000
We don't want her to
insanity
die.
before they go insane.
What happens if Poe throws out his anti-fate coin immediately, which everybody's connected here by fate? And then I'll run that scenario with the fate being negated at the beginning.
It needs a target.
Yeah, I
It
was
needs
about
a
to
target.
say
Okay.
that's a thing.
Yeah, it's a saying no to something.
Yeah, it's like a
And this
counter.
is already set up beforehand anyway.
There's several instances in which Poe uses it because there's a couple people with Finality's Bane just get back up or counter a Memento Mori. Anytime that fake currency is used, same probability, 10% chance that Mistress of Pain catches it, but as long as it's not on their guy, they don't care.
Okay.
So nothing happens if you use it on the Giantess or the Necromancer, but there's a 10% chance that the Mistress of Pain comes over to Poe, takes him out of the arena, and kills him in the alley. Slowly.
Painfully, even.
Very painfully, yeah.
What happens if nobody targets the pain practitioner, like in the arena, since he's there to supply a bunch of blood, as far as I can tell?
He gets into the thick of it. You don't need to target. He gets into people's fights. Like,
does he strike out, or is he just trying to get hit by blades?
He strikes out, but he also has a intervention ability where he can intervene in between someone's fight. So if someone goes, I'm going to parry, I'm going to hit you, he jumps in between, gets hit, and the guy parries into his back, which counts as a hit. And then he attacks you both, and then potentially, if the condition is right, trigger the pain release. So he wants to get hurt, but he also wants...
Do I know what that trigger is for the pain release?
You haven't run enough simulations yet with him.
We'll go ahead and do a bunch of simulations with him to see how his ability works.
It's threefold. One of which is damage received in a single instance. If it exceeds a specific threshold, of which he has multiple, usually in units of 50. If they exceed a amount of 50 damage, he then gets to expend a % of his pool and apply direct damage to people who have harmed him this round. Okay. And that's one of the conditions. If you don't harm him in the same round that he wishes to apply pain, he can't. You have to hurt him for him to expend it. But that's also a reason why the 1v1v1v1 is particularly good, because he can just get in the way of people.
Mm-hmm.
He's also a pretty formidable sword practitioner. He can also do self-harm to add damage, pen, and increase weapon quality ratings on his melee weapon.
Okay.
He also has, the lower health he has, the more damage output he has. Another condition is if he is hit with a specific weapon quality that hits his critical health bar. If he takes a critical health, he can then expend quite a bit of his resource pool.
Okay.
The third condition, kind of weird. If he does self-harm, harms another, and takes harm from others in the same round, he then gets to expand his damage profile. basically instead of a 1-to-1 return, he then gets to do a 2-for-1 return, and he gets to build that up until the fight's over. So he's looking to do all 3 every round.
Okay.
And anytime it goes up, he can spend any number of points from the pool all the way down to 0 to expend harm to others that he has received. Though he's a bit of a complex character. Mostly, he's just durable as hell. If you ever fight Set in League of Legends, it's that grit bar that builds. You beat him up, but you don't ever let him hit the yellow full bar.
Yep.
And then you kind of disengage while the meter goes down. He does lose pain charges every turn that he does not receive harm from others or harm others. He doesn't build the pool if he harms others, but he doesn't lose it he doesn't start losing points for the round. He only gains charges if he's harmed by others. And then if he does self-harm, that is directly converted into weapon buffs for the round. So it doesn't fill his pain pool.
Okay. Sure.
How much can I like? I realize I'm not there, so I don't want to throw anything out there. But I'm just like,
Well, I'm watching this millions of times. I feel like input is somewhat allowed, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
You guys can interact with Lyron. I'll just so that everyone isn't left out. You guys can metagame a little bit. It wouldn't be Poe and Lar talking. It would be you as players scheming and conniving together, plotting.
Yeah. Since
a probability or like a scenario where Sabalar is fighting the blood guy and actively intervening on him, trying to throw himself into others. Like it's for
so just defending
Saba-
him.
Yeah, just 1v1 with him and making him not do anything that he wants to do.
And presumably the Necromancer probably kills the Titan.
Hmm.
Actually, does the Necromancer win against the Titan or the Giantess? If
Not
that scenario happens?
not in a straight up fight. The Giantess can beat anyone in a 1-on-1. Period. Anytime that the fight between the Giantess and another contestant in a uninterrupted 1-on-1 goes on longer than 3 turns, that contestant is obliterated. We're talking golf swing flat into multiple pieces. They even kill the pain practitioner in 3 rounds, like permanently kill him.
Okay.
It
So
has something to do with the weapons they brought and the armor they're wearing. The weapons are slightly different in what they do. One prevents resource use on hit for the rest of the round, and the other prevents life-saving and health regen and or health recovery. So if he hits you with the left sword, your resources are locked. Any resource-based pools for the round. And the second prevents you from using anything that would save your life, or gain health, or regen, or recover.
does it include like Adamantine Pathfinder?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
The trigger is they have to spend a special resource in their pool to suppress qualities on other people's sheets. So it's not free. They have to spend a bunch of resources equal to the thing they want to suppress. But they do get a base value of no health, no regen, no recovery. And if they want to, and then no life saving. The artifacts that nullify damage do proc, but the artifacts that say if your health points were to become negative X, where X is lethal to you, instead put your health at 1 or recover you completely, nullifies those and actually breaks them. And then they can spend that special resource to continue to suppress other things that would trigger to allow you to survive, including Adamantine Pathfinder. But that's an expensive suppression, but they have a lot of resources.
What happens if Lar just immediately uses the Blade Lotus that I got from my Discipline Master?
Everyone dies, except for the Mistress of Pain, including
Oh, it goes
your
through
allies
the
in the arena,
barrier.
all the judges. The entire
Oh.
arena is destroyed, and you are arrested. Or you have to run off into the horizon, and then your allies, if Poe and yourself are in the arena, you die.
Yeah.
Because
So if you give him that, then we don't watch the fight.
yeah, don't be there. You did not understand the destructiveness of that particular Lotus.
I do now.
The only reason the Pain Mistress lives is they literally pick up their entire brood and throw them in front of them to reduce some of the incoming damage. Basically, they meat shields, and then they're still in like a devastating level of critical damage. Fortunately, they have delayed damage, so anything that would send them into critical or any number of critical damage is then stretched over multiple turns in which they get to apply defenses every single turn. And that's the only way they survive this thing, because it puts everyone into like minus 1,000 critical damage.
Oh, that's a... Yeah, okay. Huh.
It also kills a lot of people on the streets and the adjoining blocks.
Well, this is quite the oh shit button.
Yeah, it's the everyone dies, no witnesses, I fuck off. Unfortunately, the town is a little too large for this particular device. This is a handheld device, not a cart carried device.
Oh, I wouldn't want to see a cart carried version of this.
A scenario where Savalaire just says, "All right, I'm not fighting anymore," and we're leaving.
They surrender. They're walked out. They're escorted out of the arena, or they're allowed to leave on their own. The judges do go, no, he's out. He said, I'm done. That's it. Focus your fight. The judges do jump in the moment you say, I quit. I surrender. Because they're here to prevent, they're paid to prevent unfair judiciary intervention. So the judges won't determine that you were out. You determine if you were out. So there's a little bit of fairness.
Does the demon get summoned?
No, not without Lar. No, everyone is absolutely necessary in this formula for this to happen. Lar is actually one of the critical pieces, just like everybody is. The giantess is the vessel. The painbringer is the corrupting of the ideal vessel. Basically makes it so that the blood is just right. The necromancer is the bridge from the underworld to the overworld, and Lar is the fate manipulator that allows the Yaksha to push the rules and the veil between the two layers aside. Everyone's necessary. You take any one of these four people out of the equation, it doesn't happen. But there is an astronomical amount of effort to make sure these four people are in this arena at this time in that formation.
And it's like a 1 in a million chance that we win.
Against what?
Well,
1 in a million that the demon isn't summoned, and there's a success.
No, just there needs to be four separate things, and
We're looking for
there's
that.
a 74.4% chance it doesn't happen every fight.
yeah.
The things that we're looking for, have we identified what those are?
I'm also interested in watching the scenarios in which the demon is summoned and see how the crowds
Well, every
react.
time the demon's summoned, the save file gets corrupted, and V has to restore the save file and suppress the Yaksha, who is now stepping into the sound domain. It's that strong. It's
Okay.
literally stepping on to your domain to basically like get you.
So even though
also
it's a vision,
portal.
it can still use it to.
Yeah, it's also able to use the scenario in which it is summoned as a mirrored parody to step through your realm as if it was summoned. Yeah, so. But V just kind of waves him away every time. Just, be gone. You can feel the frustration of this thing building. The anger.
Are there any
Is he-
moments of it being summoned, like the portal existing, that I see the reactions of the people in the crowds?
You get to see a Painbringer matron go, oh shit. Which is rare, because they're usually
She
literally
wasn't
fearless.
the one who's trying to get it summoned.
So
So nobody seems excited about this?
No one's excited, or, like, no one stands up and goes, yes, we've succeeded.
Even
There's
plan.
one person in the corner that's like, ah, shit, here we go again, which is this person.
Okay.
In any scenario that Yaksha is summoned, that person's the only one who survives. And they run away really good. But,
Yeah, but I
they
don't
also
know
have
that.
something about their Dao and build and equipment that enables them to survive the Yaksha's demonic underworld fire.
In all of these, are there two little eye holes somewhere under or somewhere around the arena that are peeking in?
Yes, there are. There are numerous people watching from the cracks and crevices underneath the arena.
Can I see their perspective?
Yeah, you can look through the people. They're
not
really
through-
hard to gain details about. And
The
in fact,
people are?
underneath the arena.
Okay.
In fact, one of them pinches your save file and basically abruptly ends it.
Oh.
You just see a big hand reach out, and then the forefinger and the thumb grab the file and basically pinch it into oblivion.
Oof.
V actually quirks an eyebrow at it, like, someone who actually knows what they're doing.
Oh.
As long as you steer around that particular guy, who you guys know who it is.
Yep.
You can manipulate the file.
Okay.
There are a series of hooded figures, all watching, but it's not enough to get a good reading on them because they were not part of the file.
Got it.
They were not part of the vision. Maybe if Laura tried to play around with the vision originally as it was being presented, but that would have taken the vision in a completely different area. Instead of letting it flow, he tried to control it, but well, that's a dangerous thing to do, but at the same time, it can be done. Just too late.
So if the necromancer dies, the demon is never summoned, though, right?
Yeah. With the asterisk that the go piece is left on the ship. That's the backup
Because that
piece.
still counts as a bridge.
It's a more powerful bridge than the necromancer. In fact, if the necromancer dies and the go piece is in the arena, that bridge is solidified.
Okay.
Yeah. So
What are the odds that if Lar is 1v1ing the pain guy, the giantess wins, the giantess wins against the necromancer. Since the pain guy can still try
100%
to.
of the time, the Painbringer runs towards the other fight. There's not an instance that he stays in one-on-ones Lar, ever.
What if Lar is extremely aggressive?
He likes that. And then he will turn his back and run over and take whatever attack of opportunities that Lar wants to leverage against him, and then runs into the other fight going, yeah, it's time.
What if Lar decides to wrestle? Grapples.
This guy is a really good grappler. He's also a wire user.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So Lar gets garroted and dies if he grapples this guy. Because the guy's like, oh, you want to tangle that way? Pulls a wire between both hands, which cuts deeply, all the way down to the bone on his hands, because it's razor wire, like really thin. And then using grapple techniques that Lar hasn't yet practiced, basically takes his head off with a garrote wire, or kills him. It's don't go into grapple with this guy. In fact, he's a better grappler and an assassin than he is a swordsman. The only reason he's made it this far is his entire build is hit me. Hit me more.
Okay,
In
so
fact,
that doesn't work.
He sucks on one-on-ones.
What if we teleport one of the guys out of the arena?
Yeah.
Another witch hunt, just like they're going to go find your ship and where you went. They're going to go find any outside interference that is so blatant. It's a personal insult and direct shame to the 12-sword tower. And indirectly, you've brought shame and embarrassment upon the Lofty Sword Pavilion, and they will get their pound of flesh.
Now, what happens if it is not an outside source, but Lar uses the escape disc on one of them?
It's tuned to him.
Ah, shoot. Okay.
You have to attune to these things. It's very rare that you get an object that is just like, slap it to somebody, it grapples them with some cables, and then just sends them off. Very rare.
Do either one of you guys have your remember Bullhell Mountain when I purchased these talismans that you put blood on and then you would swap places with something?
Oh, sure.
I remember.
I think I have my escape talisman still. Or
What
not
about
escape
if
talisman.
we use the blood of the not the necromancer, but the pain practitioner, and then poofed him out of the arena that way?
That would disqualify him. He's out of the arena.
Mm,
The catalyst is blood.
you would have to swap places with somebody.
Okay.
And then
Maybe
somebody would be in the arena instead of that guy, and then they'd call malfeasance.
I thought it was.
It'd also be
we
hilarious.
could use like a rock or a piece of wood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be a person.
Yeah. Whatever is teleported in, there'd be an inquiry, but you probably could get away with it. Yeah.
I know.
People would
Replace it
go
with a
around
sword,
looking
so you
for it.
defeat him with a sword.
The inquiry would be around one thing: if it was a personal use item, or if it was an item used by another contestant. Because you'll notice this arena has no out of bounds. So
Sure.
the out of bounds would, in this case, especially when you paid off the guys, the refs, they would kind of be like, okay, was that intentional or was that like somebody
Otherwise,
else?
you just let him back in.
They'd probably let him back in. If he was like, that wasn't me, they'd probably pause it, get that guy back, make an announcement, don't do that again. This is not an arena in which you can hit somebody out of bounds and disqualify them. Yeah, just be a verbal slap on the wrist.
Um,
No major consequences.
Okay.
I kind of want to ask some questions in an out of character concept, not like asking about like possibilities anymore, but asking questions to the party.
Sure.
So, what we're searching for the win, I'm guessing, right?
So I've
Because
run scenarios where Lar ends up winning, but it's very
There's
likely that.
two save files. This one is the save file around the Yaksha summoning. It has nothing to do with Lar winning.
Yeah.
It's watch out, there's a big problem and a not small chance this thing gets through. And Lar could win. He could forfeit. This is all around the Yaksha does or doesn't arrive.
Yeah.
The Yin file is all about Lar winning and the resulting series of fate that happens afterwards.
I guess we could take a look at that one and then see if we even want to try
that's
to
kind of
win this.
yeah. That's kind of where I'm at on it. Is just like, do we so far making sure the Yaksha isn't summoned is as simple as Lar forfeiting, and in Lar winning, we kind of get stuck to the earthly path. So
Sometimes.
okay, sometimes. So we're looking for the scenario where Lar wins, we don't get sent to the earthly path, and we go on our merry space escapades. Is that correct?
Yeah, but if we don't, for example, if I can't deal with any of these individuals as is,
Mhm.
and I die, or, you know, I forfeit, the second scenario doesn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because it's contingent on him making it to the fourth round as a winner.
This is the failure success aspect of fate bonds that she's providing, the yin and yang.
Mm-hmm. And the Yin file only ever comes about if the Yaksha doesn't happen and he wins.
Well, nobody wins if the Yaksha is summoned.
Nobody wins. In fact, all of checkpoint 4 gets destroyed, and it becomes a breach for Yama's forces to take over the overworld.
Oh wait, does V not survive the explosion either?
No.
I guess he's broken.
They're
He would be
broken
the-
and they're so suppressed, and the Yaksha isn't, that the Yaksha's fire, and it's...
Sorry, I'm not talking about the Yaksha. I'm talking about when the trap, the blade lotus, is set off.
No, V lives. They have a
Okay.
mathematic barrier that they can deploy to prevent those projectiles from hitting. They do pass by them instead of stopping them. It's too much energy to stop the projectiles, but you can move them just out of the way. But a bunch of other people die because V does that. The projectiles out of the way.
Actually, that's a good
They
opportunity.
do not help you. Every single time that thing triggers, a couple of times they lock eyes with you, and they say farewell. It was good, at least for a time.
We haven't thought about yet is Chumpo's access to holy geometrics.
True, but I feel like with how many things people have said, nope, that's cheating.
For example, you give me a grenade. It has, I don't know, a few nodes of fire on it, and then I throw it at the pain practitioner.
Let's run the scenario. Also, depends on how much fire.
Or air, where it gets blown out of the arena. I don't know. So some sort of
Out of bounds
combination.
isn't a thing, evidently. So maybe physically getting blown out isn't a...
How much time do we have?
A day.
1 day?
Yes.
I'm still ahead, aren't I?
Yeah, but you could push that back a bit if you wanted to take more damage. Is that okay?
That's fine. Yeah, I can last. I don't know how my poison and time dilation thing will work because
Poorly, I would imagine.
Yeah, probably. But I should be okay in that regard. Holy Geometrics doesn't really cost me anything except time.
Which you have 100 days to live?
I have
1,000.
1,000 days.
1,000 days to live. Okay.
Or I die before that because of damage, but I'm doing okay on that. Anyway, I would ask for the me intervening in or me adding holy geometrics to this fight. What happens if that can be seen?
Yeah, if say we asked Poe to make something for Lar before the fight, and it was used during the fight. What type of thing would be tried though?
Okay.
Because it can do a lot of things.
Yes, it can. Just a grenade. Then it would just be a
It's
grenade
just a
and
bunch of fire.
it would be
Unfortunately, you will
probably-
not have access to the probabilities around holy geometrics because that is not part of the scenario, and it's also protected by Zeketria from prying eyes and individuals trying to run the numbers.
Oh, so she would not
Yeah.
You
let
wouldn't
that.
be able to run all of the simulations you want to find the perfect formula to get Poe to just make the blueprint you made, because you don't have access to that. Only Poe does.
Well, and I wouldn't. It'd be a matter of talking to Poe differently each time to make the grenade, since I don't know what the holy geometric symbol looks like. Or rather, I could look at it, but I wouldn't be able to. I don't know holy geometrics.
Yeah, I don't think that that's going to work at the end of the day, or not the way that we want it to.
But like, what would have happened if we had just simply asked Poe to make something with holy geometrics for him? Like, is that noticed by the guards if, say, it's just some simple fire grenade? Not the guards, the judges. Is that something that they don't like? Because we're not
They
looking for the
are
perfect
a little
formula.
bit more lenient towards these type of weapons, but you would need a bunch of little swords in that grenade.
Needle grenade.
Nope. Needles are needles. Needles are an assassin's tools. They literally mean miniature swords.
Yeah,
Tiny
like
swords.
that gun girl that shoots little swords with her guns.
Yeah, little swords at people. Yeah.
Yeah.
They looked at that and went, I don't like it.
But it counts.
Technically,
I guess.
I guess.
What about my Yang Qigong? Sorry.
That's just part of your internal energy reservoir, man. Like, you're allowed to use your personal energies as long as you're swinging a sword. Which is why you can actually win this fight. That internal energy reservoir coupled with your named fire, your weaponry won't break. Because all of these guys have weapon breaker weapons.
Yeah.
That stick won't break. It'll bend. In fact, it might bend a little too much if it parries one of the giantess's swings, which means it just bends 180 and you still get hit.
Yeah, right.
But its flexibility is pretty crazy, and it doesn't break. It also has this kind of built-in goading, GOAD, to goad, to incite, to cajole, to enrage. When you hit people, if they don't take a lot of damage, it hurts a lot because you're slapped with a switch, and you're like, fuck, that hurts. And unlike a sword cut, this is just biting, stinging pain. And if you hit a person with it enough, the pain builds up enough that they get pissed and they kind of enrage. But Yeah, if you wield your sword, you can use your named fire, and that's actually how you beat most of these guys, is leveraging that fire. Because they all have some sort of vulnerability to that particular nasty, tenacious flame that you have.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't like to go out, it's persistent as shit, it's a named fire, so good luck. But you have to use the fire in a unique way for each of the contestants. Because they do have a way to fight it off, unless you do it in a certain way. The Painbringer, you just need to infuse your stick with fire, and every time you hit him, you burn him.
Yeah.
Which basically makes it so that it prevents his regeneration for the turn. He can't recover health through the pain expenditure. It does give him a little bit more pain charge, but he can't use any of the pain charge to recover lost health. And he also takes fire damage every turn.
Wouldn't the blood also be burning from this?
You would cauterize the wounds, yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's
how you
just
beat the
hitting it with
Painbringer.
Yeah.
To beat the Necromancer with your fire, you basically, every time they use their resource pool to summon bones, you light the bones on fire and you run away. You don't interact with them at all.
Yeah.
Until they have no more bones. No more bones. The Giantess, you light them on fire and you build the fire stack as high as you can go. Just 1d10 damage a turn. 2, 4, 8, 16 until they're taking direct damage to their health pool that outscales their regen, that is persistent even through fire effects. And you just run away as they burn, going la 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 da da dot.
This goes well with my name too, the Flaming Sun who sets upon success. So utilizing the flame to succeed here would definitely help.
Yeah. The downside is that the whole plan is thrown into chaos the moment the other entities start interacting with each other.
Yeah.
This is how you beat them in a perfect one-on-one, one-on-one, and one-on-one scenario with no other elements. So the Painbringer is a real problem, because if he sees that you are a very bad matchup, he'll go fuck with the Necromancer. Just absolutely be like, stab me. And then blood's everywhere. And
What happens if Lara's just on cleanup duty and is just burning up all the blood on the ground?
That is a weird scenario. Don't roll a 99 or 100 the entire fight.
Yeah, right.
That's all you have to do. If you roll a 99 or 100, the Yaksha happens. Just because all you're doing is clean up. You're letting the others fight each other. It goes just about how the malefactor agent wants it to go. But if you don't roll a 99 or a 100, and here's the nasty part, even if you fate point it, it still counts.
Okay.
As long as you don't roll those two numbers, you're good.
So 2% chance.
Now there is the really crazy probability that if you roll a 100, not a 99, and then you use your critical cascade failure, this whole thing could go far right in a hurry. Which means y'all might just get pulled into the underworld.
Oh.
Then we go the underworld cultivator path.
And then you've unlocked the underworld path.
That would be cool.
Yes.
Does that even exist yet?
It is a hidden path, just like you can't start with the Heavenly Road.
Or the Cosmic.
Or the Cosmic.
Yeah.
People don't know that there's an underworld road. There is.
Okay. Just curious. Riveth gone through that path yet already?
Riveth has gone through all the roads. The reason why they exist in the first place is because Riveth was there. They walked it.
Gotcha.
They said that all the roads were one collective road at one point, and then were reshuffled into layers. because the road was too long for anyone to make it to the end, and each of the different segments were too damn hard and different to for anyone to get through. So somebody came
Guessing that
around
the
and reorganized
Underworld
it.
road is pretty opposite to the Heavenly Road, where you're constantly trying to remove or try to get cultivation while it's trying to remove it.
Yes, it's trying to drain resources from you, but it makes you really frickin' resilient if you're able to stabilize there. Because that's the first rule. That's the first thing you want to do is build a series of intrinsic and or replenishing aspects that as you lose it, you get it back immediately.
Similar to the cosmic in a sense of have your void body.
Yep.
Yeah.
You can actually use the void body there really well. The void body will absolutely do what you're wanting it to do. There's a couple extra realm flavored additional things like the burning fire of how hot it is down there and the stifling availability of breathable air. It's just kind of toxic. But yeah, if you guys make it out of the underworld road, enough of this. Let's go back to the overworld and make it back. You guys will be very resilient and hard to kill. But you would be considered demonic practitioners.
What? No.
Yeah, duh.
We
Lord.
left hell. We're not demonic.
It's just fuck it. We'll go to space. It's even more inhospitable there.
Very different ways. I feel like they're both inhospitable in a bunch of different ways.
Bo could practice demonic
Poison
level
removal.
poisons and curses and hexes down there. Ew.
Okay. This hasn't been brought up yet. What if we decide instead of fighting with our swords to fight with our dows?
It's still a fight to the death.
Yeah, but there's less blood. Well, the pain practitioner probably involves blood with a Tao session.
When you push a Tao battle to a certain brinkmanship, sometimes that damage is then reflected on the body, or if you want to mitigate damage to your Tao, you push it to somewhere else on your body. The Necromancer has a hard time with the Tao battles, but the Giantess is able to push the majority of their clumsily put together Tao discussion points into their physical body as damage, which they are very good at recovering from. The Painbringer is the worst matchup, though. He purposely loses Tao discussion back and forth. He'll purposely sabotage himself to have Tao damage happen to him, and then he also gives it to you, as if you also lost the point, even though you're winning. And if you lose, well, then you're losing to him. And he's like, what are you doing? You don't want to lose to me. So there's technically not really any winning, but you definitely don't want to lose to the Painbringer. Because every time you lose a discussion point to him, even if he's sabotaging himself, you are racked with incredible levels of pain. So this is a nasty fight, and these are particularly dangerous contestants. And you can kind of see why the people allowed this fight to happen, because they want the 12 Sword Tower or any Orthodox faction member to win, because this is an Orthodox tournament. Their honor is on the line. And you have these 4 randos that they really don't want to see anywhere near the finals or the 4th week, because they don't want to acknowledge that they're actually good swordsmen. So the ideal scenario for the 12 Sword Tower is 1st, 2nd, 3rd, all the way down to 10th place are all Orthodox practitioners from reputable Orthodox houses, clans, sects, and organizations. And they want to keep y'all from making your way up. So they're absolutely going to allow these grudge/death matches in the corner, so that you four kill each other, or only one of you actually gets to walk on, and that's way more manageable than you four making it to the finals. Any one of these guys, except for the Pain Giver, because he's really bad on one-on-ones. The Giantess and the Necromancer are a very dangerous contestant to make it to the 4th round. Lar too. Especially in a one-on-one, he can manipulate rolls, break the sword. Disarmament is a really big thing in the 4th round. If you lose your sword, it's a shame on you, it's a shame on your family, it's a shame on your ancestors, it's a shame on everyone. Yeah. So, the plot thickens and gets way more complicated. Continue.
We've already talked about
Plus you got-
grouping. So, for example, if myself and the Giantess were against the other two,
But that's how delicate this arrangement is. You have to be in
Yeah.
these positions, and you have to have these 4 people. So you got a ton of crazy options.
what about if my character went in with no fate points, no fate currency?
That is a very weird scenario that happens. It makes it so that 99s don't trigger it, only 100s.
Only 100s.
Yeah.
Okay. It makes it super hard to actually win the fight.
But with your luck, Johnny, you're absolutely 100% going to roll that.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be something involving fate. It just has to be any roll is a 100.
Yeah.
Any of his rolls, right?
Yeah, any of his rolls, yeah. If it's another character, it usually
not the
accelerates or makes it so that the that particular part of the equation is way more likely to happen. So the mixing of the blood, or the Giantess dying, or the Necromancer establishing the connection. Like, so if somebody else rolls a 100, way more likely that particular part of the puzzle is it happens.
So do we want to go to hell?
No. It's
Yeah,
not hell.
because the only way out of that is you roll the 100 and you go, fuck, I guess I critical cascade fail it, and the ritual is inverted.
I throw a convergence on it, so it's a triple 100.
Yeah, that's what we were.
And then you put the critical
Positive.
fail on it, and then you fail so hard you come out the back end. You're like, I don't know what happened, but we're in the underworld.
We're alive, maybe.
In fact, if you throw a convergence on it with a triple 100 and you add the cascading failure, I'm just going to start the game over. You get to keep your current characters, but we're starting at checkpoint 0 in zone 1 of the underworld game.
Nice. Okay.
That'd be interesting.
Good to know.
And your masters might just disappear.
Okay.
You have to get new ones.
Yep.
But you get to keep your current characters.
That's a question. Has Lorekeeper been to the underworld? Because like she's accepted.
They have, yes. Yes,
Okay.
they have.
Awesome. Cool.
Not as often as the other ones, because it's harder to get to the underworld, and the underworld's run by Yama. Yama's a dick.
Yama's the dude that we're trying to not summon right now, correct?
No, the Yaksha. Yaksha is a demon Oni ogre. That is one of the generals of hell under Yama's control.
Gotcha. Still a dick, though.
Super big dick. in not only his power, but also how much of an asshole he is. Yeah.
Mm.
So
Okay. What are we trying to find?
Success.
Yeah, success
something.
here, or something interesting here. We want to find not the Yaksha, most likely.
What if I give one of these individuals the token to hell?
Token to hell.
So they go to the
Underworld.
no, not the underworld, to
Okay.
actually hell,
Oh.
where they go for the revelations instead of the cosmic path.
Now, see, this is all because like the fate stuff is happening. What if you walk into the arena with your the bad sword, the one that we got from Bullet Hell Mountain that cuts
That was taken
weave?
away.
That one wasn't.
You're talking about
Lich
the
sword
glitch
exists.
one?
No,
Okay.
no.
The bad sword. That bad sword. The one
Yeah.
my goal of is breaking. Okay.
Does Matt recall this sword?
The Weaver's Sorrow is what it was called.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, don't play with that.
Yeah. Like, hey,
Every
you have an
time
option?
anytime that he's introduced to the scenario, it breaks everything.
Yeah.
And several times, let's say 1 out of 8 times, Fate Bonds reaches a hand down, a hand so large, and palm strikes the city, flattening it into oblivion.
Fair enough. That sounds like you dealt with the other contestants.
It also kills all y'all.
Yeah.
Well,
And
yes.
There we
it's
go.
part of divine punishment, centered on Lar.
Yeah.
The only thing that survives is the golden card,
Nice.
which is then picked up by just an enormous hand and whisked away into the cosmos. All that's left is a giant palm print, larger than the city, that flattens the mountains and redirects the river. In fact, it becomes a lake.
Are we trying to get recruited by the guy? Or are we just trying to
We don't
just
know yet. We
win?
haven't gotten to that scenario.
That's just
We're
an
just looking
option
at the
that can
yokai
happen.
stuff right now.
Yeah. This is just like
I apologize. I'm not sure why.
Why we're trying to do this at all?
Kinda.
Okay. See, that's what I was wondering as well. But I think the idea is to succeed as much as possible for that. But
I suppose think of it like this. This is a challenge that I'm going to go into. And now we have a virtual try this to see what happens with our actions. It's Matt's been giving us options to what happens. For example, with the going to the underworld, like if we roll the 100 and yada yada, go from there. That's an option that can happen.
Yes.
So what Matt's given us then is the opportunity to figure out how I succeed in this scenario.
Or play with probabilities.
yeah.
It's a combination of a couple things. So it started with Lar doing the decision to meditate and specifically ask for faint bonds and their help. It also started with wanting to fight in arena without judge interference. So from that point of fate, moving forward, you got wrapped up into a different plot. And only because he beseeched Fate Bonds for help, and a lot of the little pieces has come together with one of my subplots that could happen. And he rolled stupid well, like he always does. I basically triggered his down. Through tribulation and fate, he reached out through the stars to his goddess. That their name is literally Fate Bonds, and reached through the cosmos to show him a future that centers around his fate, because that's what their god does. And they give you a yin and yang variant, a black and white, passion and logic. They always give you two outcomes from that perspective. Gave them a vision of what could happen. Then being vicarious, went, I hate that shit. It's so inaccurate. There's so many variables and details involved that a vision is more harmful than it is helpful. In fact, you're more likely to fall into it because it already has affected and shaped your actions just by viewing it. So they offered to run the numbers, run probability, and do what the Truth faction, which is a Zone 6 faction, this is how they stay on top. They run the numbers. They run the simulation over and over and over to gain complete mastery over what happens next. Also, to find the truth. So this is turned into a scouting, because now you know pretty much all of their equipment, their plan, their character sheets, their builds, how they're going to react, how they're going to behave, the rules of the judge, people in the stands. Like, all these details are like really critical for Lar to win. Now he knows how to win, and he has multiple options: what to look out for, what to get out of the way of, what not to do with certain opponents, what resources to use, what resources not to use,
what resources not to even have on him.
Yeah, what resources not to even have on him. In addition to, like, he's increased his ability to win this by like 1,000% already from the original value. Because the giantess he fought in the previous fight wasn't wearing all their gear or their best stuff. In this fight, they are, which changes the how this fight will go drastically.
I think also what Poe's asking is, why are we trying to win if we know that there's going to be the Sword Carnival afterwards?
Yeah,
there's a good chance, yeah.
I'm wondering in my mind if all of this is happening, we can still win, and if that's what we want to do, awesome. Otherwise, I would say, well, if we are done, if this is what we want as our last hurrah for Earth or for the regular path, do we just not want to just say, all right, we're cool, and go down the cosmic path? I want to know what we want.
You could make all of this go away if Lar
just forfeits.
Yeah,
that's it. But this is, if he fights, the Yang save file is inactive. If he wins, that means everything on the Yang save file went your way. Because the only way he wins is if that outcome, the bad ending, doesn't happen. And then he beats the other contestants. But then you have to deal with the Yin save file, which could be interesting. It would prevent you to going from the cosmic path and keep you on the earthly path, but it would not be any less interesting than going to the cosmos.
Or plot twist, underworld path.
We could
underworld
the 100.
Yeah, just.
In fact, you could probably go to the market and buy a critical failure trapped in amber and go, we're going to the underworld, baby. Nat 100. Use convergence for a triple 100. Use cascade failure for ultra 100. And then everyone in the arena gets thrown into the underworld, and you guys get to do another unique path that you frankly have to almost stumble into.
We're not. We're that specific scenario is us saying, "Nah, let's do it."
And you would get the chance to cultivate underworld bees, which are more akin to wasps, but
Kind of what I was thinking.
bees.
Just murder hornets.
Murder hornet bees.
What was it? The tarantula hawk wasps.
Yeah, but they're also bees
Yeah.
somehow. Or you get vulture wasps, vulture bees, which are carnivorous bees that also spin up their entire nest with flesh because they
Yep.
regurgitate what they eat, and
And
it's
they
an
make-
entire yeah. You
I've
get
seen those.
you get vulture bees down in the underworld.
Yeah, nothing like meat honey.
Meat, honey, yeah.
Good source of
There's some
protein.
demons who would totally love that. They'd be like, dude, you are an artist. And you're like, that is, I can't eat that, but I'm glad you love it. It's disgusting on a level I cannot put into words, but looks like just tickles your fancy.
Yeah, I just kind of like give
Money.
them a thumbs up and like the not a smile, but like one of those cringe smiles. Just,
You ate that?
Yeah,
Yeah, but the underworld path is available, and you can almost guarantee trigger it if you go buy a failure in the market. You'd have to let the fight go on a little bit and let the contestants
The blood
fight
flow.
amongst themselves, but as long as he has the go piece on his person, and then goes,
Guarantee it.
guess what, guys, we're going to the underworld, and everyone's like, what?
I win.
I win, Yugi. I banish you to the Shadow Realm. No!
My question for what path is it that we are looking for? That's the big one. Like, which one is the one that's like, yeah, that's what we want out of all of these scenarios?
Let's list them out for you.
Yeah.
Does that help?
I think so, yeah. Not just that, but also like a choice or a choosing amongst the party of, all right, that's the one.
Well, we've reopened possibilities because you guys have chosen the cosmic path, but you're not in the cosmos. You haven't undergone the cosmic rite of transference to the path, but you've chosen it. Your fate has gone, okay, we're going this way. But it's not set in stone. You're still on the earthly path. Everything is up for grabs still. Your fate can be literally hurled as if you were on a ship in a storm a different direction. And this is what this is. This is a storm of fate. So the first option is you continue your own fate. You have complete control over, I just withdraw. Or somehow navigate the narrow, like, razor line of fate where not only the Yaksha doesn't arrive, but Johnny wins. And then there's no sword carnival. And he doesn't get grabbed by the Lofty Sword Pavilion. And if all of these don't happen, you still go to the cosmos, and then Johnny gets all these wins and or successes and failures and refinement of his sword. He also gets prestige, which doesn't really help because he's not going to be on the path of Earth for a long time. So that doesn't really help.
It's
But-
mostly for Cooney is the reason why I'm trying to get this far to, and that's really all the reason I'm continuing on and to, like Matt said, refine my sword through these fights we're going to go into.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's a really, really narrow series of events that could happen, luck permitting and manipulation permitting, that everything goes Lord's way, and you still go to the cosmos. Or you don't want to play that game, and you just withdraw, and you do something in town until the tournament's over. And you guys are ready to go back to checkpoint 1, go through the forest, get some bees, go to space. That's it. That's the first option. That's if you want to continue the cosmic path. It's very easy to stay on it. Or y'all go to the underworld. You know what you need. You know how to do it. You know all the variables. And instead of the Yaksha coming through and burning everything to the ground, well, you go there instead. And then, depending on how hard you guys want to fail, you either bring your masters with you, or you get new ones. You start at checkpoint 0 in the underworld path. And
With some
oh
build
boy,
characters.
it's gonna be fucking wild.
So we've got that.
Or Lar wins, and 2 other fates happen, but these are both of the earthly path. You stay on the earthly path. Lar does well enough to get recognized by the Lofty Sword Pavilion, and is voluntold. You're going to the checkpoint. You're going to Zone 3 to join the Lofty Sword Pavilion as an outer disciple. Yes, you can bring your masters. Yes, you can bring your Dao companions. You're an outer disciple. Who cares? Then you guys would be just playing the Earth Path game, but you'd start in Zone 3, and you guys would have the opportunity to build your strength and then just kind of go your own way if you don't even want to participate with the Lofty Sword Tower. But you could. The other more likely event is the Sword Carnival shows up and just kidnaps all of you. And we go down a different path. But it's the earthly path. And it would be a multi-month long training arc with many montages and downtime stories where you guys just fight to survive. You kill other geniuses, harvest their talent, refine your own, and just be actual monsters of the path. And you'd be part of the Sword Carnival faction, who are, frankly, a Zone 5 powerhouse. You guys wouldn't go to Zone 5, though. You guys would be somewhere in Zone 1. They have some sort of tucked away training camp. They do like unorthodox and demonic practitioners. So the unorthodox, that is the sound Taoist, Lyron. They absolutely endorse poison practitioners, and they actively go out of their way to help them. So for you, and they're filled with tons of secrets because the Sword Carnival is leave no witnesses, heavy stealth practitioners of how they go about things. So you would have that there. They absolutely would kidnap the shit out of Lar because you're a weirdo. You use a stick. You have a sword in your name, but you also have wood in your name, so a wooden sword, which is really weird. You also practice failure and fate, and I don't know what's going on with you. You have a spaceship? Great. So 2 earthly paths, a cosmic path, and a option for underworld path.
2
and
options,
maybe,
I guess.
If something goes really hard left instead of right, you guys might end up in the heavenly path. So it's a storm of fate. Who knows where you guys go? But you have a lot of information. So
If
I'll
on
let
a
you talk about
1,
it.
you roll a convergence for any check.
Yeah, if he rolls a 1 and he convergences it, and then also throws in a critical cascade failure, I'm going to have to fucking make some rolls on the background just to see what happens, because I don't even know at that point.
Okay. So we'll just say simulation breaks there.
I mean, that is the
Simulation breaks, as
third part of
in,
my name. Yes.
like, the heavens crack open as there is a huge faction war, and the damage is so profound it cracks open the barrier between heaven and earthly road, and there is raining debris from the sky battle that is going on with these cultivator ships and endless flying sword cultivators. And then you guys have the opportunity to just be like, let's get up there. Or maybe y'all get kidnapped and brought up to the heavenly path. Like, there's so many things that could happen. It's a nexus or storm of fate. So,
Gotcha.
frankly, all the options, all the roads are available to you guys. That's crazy. You can go to the underworld, you can go to the earthly path, multiple earthly paths, frankly, the heavenly path, and the cosmic road. You have all 4 roads available. You are chock full of choice. Yes.
What do you want, Junpo?
Yes.
Poe of the Chun.
Well, I don't want to accidentally summon a demon. That I
Fair,
think
fair.
is the one that Chunpo would say. Let's just not make that happen.
You would destroy all the filth, and you would destroy that ship you wanted to destroy.
Yes.
All the pollution would be burned away. All these people that frankly should just be better off dead by your own, principles and mentality, they would be very dead. So
That is also fair.
We could
But I
just be on
also-
the orrery, and Laura would be dead.
yeah, that's the downside. Laura would Laura would most likely have to remake. But you guys wouldn't, potentially, maybe.
Depending on if we're watching or not. If we're in the stands, we're dead.
And like, there's also the hey, I could still more than likely die due to my poison stuff later on, but
Yep.
I am willing to go down any of the paths. That sounds awesome. There is heavily a what is Savalar wanting to do and wanting to see happen because you're the one in the stands. You have the most to lose there.
Also, isn't Kunimitara supposed to be watching these fights now that they're in the actual proper sword tower?
But they're not watching in the stands.
Okay.
They're watching from a safe distance away, and they don't have normal human eyesight, so they can zoom in.
Okay.
A lot of the wealthier individuals have these kind of like raised pavilion that they rent, kind of like getting box seats
Okay.
instead of being down in the rabble in the cheap sheets.
The Mistress of Pain could probably afford it, but I guess she needs to represent. So.
Yeah. Also, the demonic factions are always broke because a lot of the resources they invest into their people just end up being gone to waste because those people just die.
Okay.
Yeah. So probably saving a lot of money by not having a box seat. And honestly, it'd be wasted on the brood anyways. And they have to stick with the brood.
Okay.
So yeah. That's why all
Make sure
the
they don't
other
do
more
anything
powerful
stupid.
cultivators are in box seats, and the only person down here is the Mistress of Pain.
So what I want to do is I want to be able to succeed in this fight, and which involves not getting the demon, and then
demon.
stopping the carnival from happening, continuing on our original path of finishing zone 1, getting your bees, and going to the cosmic path.
Okay.
We get some vulture bees.
That is my take, but at the end of the day, I am fine with going whatever route we want to go because the cosmic path was originally I pushed us
What
on
we were
there,
looking for. Yeah.
and but we all agreed to go it, and we still have the option, like Matt's saying, to choose whatever path we want to because freedom above all. That's my code of honor, and yeah,
Okay.
that's my take. And I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it helps. It helps me figure out what we're trying to find.
I think it would be fun with any of them.
I agree. Honestly, if
Here's
we
the
said Underworld, go for it. Cool. Sounds
the
interesting.
other aspect is each of these roads will have different resources, different techniques, and they will mold your characters down a different build design.
A theme, as you
Mhm.
will.
Yeah. So if you go down the underworld path, you'll have a lot of underworld-based abilities, and there will be a little bit of overlap for survivability's sake for
Cosmic and
cosmic,
Underworld.
because you do need to survive the underworld, and it gets harder the further you go in. But that also just makes you more resilient. Space is just space. The only thing you have to worry about is, well, space is an asshole. As long as you've cultivated to resist space, it doesn't get worse unless you interact with a celestial object. That's simple as that.
It can get real bad.
Yeah.
Real fast.
The availability of Demon Beast cores are way more likely on any of the Heaven, Earth, or Underworld path. They also cultivate not a truth crystal. Like you guys, that's another part of the build. Do you want a truth crystal as part of your build? Is that ideal? Or do you want a golden core or a demon core as you would in the underworld? Like, your build is a significant part will be determined by the path you take. The cosmic route has very specific, very strict build path because you have to, otherwise you die to space.
At least defensively.
Yeah. Also, the timelines on the cosmic path are stretched. So things that happen in a blink of an eye on the earthly path may take you 10 years to do on the cosmic. A lot of space travel. Getting to places takes time. It's a lot of sitting and meditating. The cosmic path is a slow roll game. Really slow until the action is hot, intense, and quick, like a solar flare. But then it's gone, and we go back to a very slow, methodical, stretched game. That's what the cosmic path is. The earthly path is action all the time. Manage your time. Don't miss out. Do everything. You know? And then the underworld path and the heavenly path are kind of a hybrid between earthly and cosmic, because you get a little bit of time stretch, but don't dilly-dally. You know, the powers, the creatures, the resources are all different. Basically, it's a different module for each path. It's 4 games stacked on top of each other with a little bit of interconnection.
Cosmic works for me because I am, at the end of the day, leading a civilization that it will accelerate with time. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And like having almost like a season per, like the increase the time aspect. The more time that goes forward, I can utilize. But I don't know how you guys
They
want
could
to do
also
it.
rise and fall. They have plenty of time to self-destruct.
It's true.
I'm a-okay with the cosmic path, and yeah.
I think the cosmic path is the better choice, but the underworld is the most exciting choice.
The underworld is the one to where it's the hidden, and so part of me is just like, secrets hidden, but
Well,
It
cosmic
would
is
have a
also
lot of
hidden.
secrets because it's Yama's domain, and a lot of secrets die with people on the overworld. Where does that knowledge go? Well, it goes to the underworld, and Yama extracts it from the souls of the dead. That's why he's so powerful.
I would also I would ask, is becoming a part of the underworld and getting a demon core, so are we like, is that implies some evil in my mind.
It's just you'll have to study the attributes of demonic energy because it has its own typification. It can and most often is used for selfishness, ego, arrogance, It has a darker element, but that's because it's from Yama. Yama colors that energy. But there are purification techniques. You can still practice true key, pure key. It's just harder to generate, harder to maintain. But it's also way more effective in combat. Like, I'll be tuning how ki in Qigong is used. So, like, gravity Qigong is a very pure cosmic Qigong. So if you hit somebody with that, it might be more effective in the underworld because they're that far from the cosmic road, because they're buried under the heavenly and the earthly layer.
Is
And
waveform a cosmic?
Yes, it is. So, yeah.
It also determines how we cultivate and grow through tribulation.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The opportunities will be different down there. You will have to deal with a lot of evil, but you guys can just be like, you know what? I don't want to see it. I'm going to eradicate it. I'm going to fuck everybody up.
Kill everyone.
Um,
And you call us evil.
We're
No.
destroying evil. We're the good guys.
Yeah, dude. Gosh. Ugh.
With murder.
Yeah. There also will be creatures you will never ever come across unless on auction, and that's like an exclusive private event that you get invited to at great cost. Because resources in the Cosmic Road are scarce, unless it's that normal cosmic set where it's the Tarum, Aethrum, and whatnot. Those will be your bread and butter, but everybody has those. And eventually, you'll be sitting on a stockpile going, I don't know, what do we do with it? The thing we want is an exchange rate of 1,000 to 1, which isn't worth it. But we can't go and get it.
That's what we have runs for.
Yep, that's what you got runs for. But what if you don't get the run you want?
Ooh,
All are
another
valid.
conflicts level could be for the navigation system to find runs better. Give more options for runs.
You could. Yeah. The assessment system would still be usable. And remember, these are realms. It's not like you're trapped in a cave. The demonic realm is an open skied area, and you can have a spaceship in high stratosphere in the demonic realm. Same with the heavenly. Just like you have the ship in the high stratosphere of the earthly path. These are full realms.
Understood.
Doesn't lock us out of runs, it just locks us out of some of the cosmic opportunities and
Yes, it locks
going
you out
the
of the
cosmic
cosmic
path.
opportunities. It locks you out of gaining access to certain cultivation practices and whatnot because you're not part of the cosmic fate. But you still would be allowed to do runs and interact with the Star Exchange, which could be kind of OP.
Well, my answer of what we were trying to find has been, or the question of what we were trying to find has been answered. I am A-okay with Cosmic. Lyron, are you still A-okay with going down Cosmic?
Sure am.
Okay, then, yeah, because unless I heard an overwhelming, let's do Underworld, I like the path that we're trying to find.
I agree. So, and the guaranteed way to do that is forfeiting. Or we can do the risky way of still trying to win.
Yeah, so this one, from what Lyron was saying, Lyron Savalaire was saying, was because we're trying to get Kunimatara's something?
I'm trying to prove to
Oh,
her
you can bring them
family
with you.
that Kuni is going to be fine if she comes with us on the cosmic path. That's pretty much
Yeah.
that's what I'm trying to do.
Same with the Demon Path. Because you have a connection to Cooney. You can consult them on this. There is a special path that the Iron Clan can take if taking the Underworld path. it requires very special metals and a very special fire. But they could become a fire colossus, a demonic fire colossus. It's kind of hard, and they would replace their metal with this crazy rare demonic metal
Infernal
that,
Iron.
and then is animated through a special self-immolating fire that they have to learn how to prevent them from burning out from. Like, they get a crazy build path option, and they can come with you, and that's the power of having a Zone 3 clan or faction member with you. They're not locked into one or two options. They have an option for every road. Even Vicarious would be like, sounds fun. Lorekeeper was like, oh, we're going there? I've been there.
I figure Vicarious would go most places because that Vicarious hasn't been to because they're looking for a way forward right now.
Yeah, they've conquered the earthly path. So take me to the next one so I can conquer the shit out of that too. You would also get access to unique star metals, because certain star metals, when they fall, puncture through the earth layer and the heaven layer down to the underworld layer, and only then does that metal stop. Stuff that you actually have to catch out of the sky because it's going too fast and it has too much force and is not stopped by the heaven or the earth layer, and only deposits on the underworld layer.
And
So
even if we don't go the underworld path, the fact that we know about it is pretty great from this, as well as eventually, once we make it to the end of one path, we can always start over on another path by killing ourselves, basically.
yeah, you could do a disassembly cultivation technique where you split yourself into significantly lesser variants and then play again. And you basically isekai yourself.
Keep stuff from the cosmic path and go down to a different path in order to accrue specific abilities from each of them. That's way long game.
That is limited if you take the cosmic path. The cosmic path has enough space to accrue powers that the other paths can't, and to split yourself as a cosmic cultivator is really hard to get it down to a mortal to start over.
Okay.
That's one of the downsides. Although you really don't need to, because if you make it to the end of the road on the cosmic path, you kind of run this bitch. So the powerhouse scalability of the cosmic is much larger, but it'll be a very long game. Instead of like a 4 to 5 year game, it might be a 6 to 7, because the cosmic path is just that's the theme of it. Big space, big time.
I have a question for a probability then.
Okay.
What is what does it take to get the probability or the scenario where Thavalar wins and wins the approval of Kunimatara's family?
He's already done that.
Oh,
He's
okay.
getting far enough. Okay.
Yeah, they're like, you don't really have to win. Cooney likes you enough anyways. You got to the third round. Win or lose. The problem is Cooney's faction would have to pit themselves against either another Zone 3 or a Zone 5 if one of the other factions popped up. So, frankly, the sword tournament's a farce in their eyes, because this is a pussy-ass tournament. Although some of the contestants actually are worthy, and they're actually going to recruit a lot of people from the tournament that have the potential.
Sorry, let me rephrase. My real love is merit, Chung Po.
That is true. We do get merit for winning here as well.
Right. Fair.
You do?
So if we succeed, we
Um,
get.
Okay.
But if you love merit, if you have hidden potential, going to a new realm is another arc.
Well,
We haven't completed an arc yet, and I guess we'll be completing the arc
You've
regardless of the
completed
choice.
Zone 0, which is an arc. Because there is a non-zero chance that you die. Like, you, instead of actually making that throw with the grenade, it drops at your feet and rolls max damage. You absolutely can die in the start zone.
So that is an arc. Should I document that as differently than a session?
The mini arc, yeah.
It's a session and an arc of its own. Because I do a bunch of micro arcs, and those count towards hidden potential. So, Zone 0, which is the start, which is...
So if I pop hidden potential, you'll tell me how many arcs we've gone through, right?
You guys have only gone through 3, which is... You got through Zone 0, you got into Zone 1, and then you've moved on to Zone 4. Even just being there is an arc. Because you've got to that content. Even if you have to go back after a month, you've still been there. If you go back, though, it doesn't trigger another instance of that arc. You've already accessed that zone.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah.
So,
yeah, 3 arcs, I think 400 merit and 65 sections.
So, Sapalar, you want the win, but to keep going down the cosmic.
Correct.
And,
I mean, that would be ideal to win here, or at least get some combat experience, and then forfeit. But the idea would be to win, to use my what the failures I've learned so far to succeed. And through my failures is my sword. So.
And each 100 merit. Okay. We've gotten 681 merit.
I would subtract 200 though, because that's the initial starting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I had to go down, or I had to go through this as well. I was double checking. I'm just like, how much?
Well, I feel like
also,
just.
Go ahead.
I feel like the merit portion of this extra hidden potential doesn't need to be calculated until you pop it, because you have the running total on a separate page anyway.
Yeah, and also the way hidden potential worked for me last time, and I'm sure Mountain did the same, is that it's literal actual merit you're getting, so you can then put it towards your thresholds, like when you purchase things with it.
It's the patient man's game. I've had Johnny do this multiple times where he's
once. Only once.
Was it only once?
Susie, yeah.
Didn't you also do it with Kuroko?
You didn't implement it with Kuroko. Or Jackie.
Oh, interesting. Well, Susie, that was interesting.
Waited till the end, and then that was it.
Yeah, it was a lot of merit to spend, though.
Yeah, no, it was.
It also gets you across some threshold lines that you're just like, I don't know if I'll ever reach it at the end of the game, and you're like, oh, it would be the final piece, the final Lego brick in my build, if I could get this to this threshold. But lo and behold, a 400 merit dump. Congrats.
Yeah. I bought a bunch of complexes, and then from that purchase, though, I came up with the idea of what we're using now, which is the spacesuit kind of stuff, like how it projects over you. That's kind of where I got the idea from, which was Susie. So, kind of bringing that over to this game.
Cool. Okay, so do we want to try to succeed one more time to get 10 more merit?
15, actually.
15. Ooh,
10 was the last fight.
And
I
the
love
answer
how this has just evolved into we got to maximize our merit.
Well, so we've decided on the Cosmic Road. So that leaves 2 options of completing the tournament with the risk of
Here, if you any road you pick, You're gonna get 15 merit. How about that?
Oh, so kind.
Well, that made this less interesting. Okay, fine. I think forfeiting is the correct option then, unless you think that you can win another round after this.
I mean, it's definitely gonna be hard, especially with the disciple of glitch. Like that's gonna be a hard DAO discussion, I'm sure.
It might be a
Yeah.
catastrophic DAO discussion, but it's better than fighting them.
Yeah, I mean that's the only way I'll win.
But also, then we have to avoid getting captured by the Sword Carnival as well at that point.
Yeah, which is the second save file, which Matt has
Which we have
graciously
not.
allowed us to
Yeah.
check out.
Is that worth checking out if we're deciding to forfeit, or should we check it out? And I guess if we're
So-
willing to risk a demon being summoned or
Either
rolling
way,
100.
This is an amazing opportunity for your character
Oh yeah,
to have this opportunity to actually I don't even know how to describe it. It's just like see the possibilities is a um uh, like small scale. It's just like, hey, here's answers, but like what your character is doing with the help of your master, like that's just like
Yep, doing the sound
amazing
domain
what
stuff.
you can do with
Though
the
I
end.
don't think that I can do this since I have a pinnacle skill without the help of my master.
No, this is just them going, hey, look, I have the main feature of our group is the truth faction. And my cultivation has reached the Golden Core, Jade Palace, and both the Lotuses at the end of the path. This is just, I can do this on a whim without a triangle of power. This is an
Okay.
ability. It works like a domain, and it's considered a domain space equal to the pinnacle or the triangle of power called domain. But this is just leveraging 4 different super tiers of cultivation into one.
Just
Okay.
leveraging talent.
Yeah. So you can get this. The downside is you have to go down the truth faction and become a robot, because that's
Yep.
what allows you to run this, because you need to be a supercomputer, more of a quantum supercomputer.
That's why I've become an energy-based being.
Yes, you could. Yeah.
Okay. So. We could check out. It's the Yang file that we haven't seen yet.
We're on
Yeah,
Yang
no.
right now.
Oh, this is Yang. Okay.
Yeah.
That's strange that the Yang file is being caused by a bunch of yin energy.
Are we pivoting?
Who's
Are we
pivoting?
pivoting for new answers?
Yes. I think I've gained what we need to know about this spot. And then we'll take a look at what ends up happening.
Oh.
Pivot. Get the opportunity to get the answers. Might as well get all the answers,
Yeah,
even if we are not going to go that decision.
All right. It always starts with Lars Triumph, because the only way the yin file even works is Lars standing victorious. Now, it could be Lars standing victorious on a pile of bodies, or Lars standing alone in the arena, and who knows what happens to the other 3. Or any permutation. You can pick the victory condition in which Lars is the winner. But the caveat is he has to win, and the demon can't be summoned. That's the only way the save file actually starts or boots up.
Lars standing victorious, holding up the hand of the yokai.
The percentage chance of that being a thing.
Summon the demon and used it to win.
I super
It ends up in
Friendship.
Lars' death, but he is still victorious. Basically, he unravels due to the
Ritual.
strength of the power he's channeled through him. And it's basically saying, hey, I'm going to be a vessel for fate bonds, so fate bonds can bitch slap this thing. But having fate bonds like inhabit your body with any level of power that can actually beat this thing, your body can't take it.
I don't feel
But it's
so great,
doable.
Mr. Stark.
You don't want that
I
one?
don't feel-
Oh, okay. You don't want that one? All right.
No, I wasn't thinking that one. I thought we've done a pretty good job, almost a year plus of me playing this character, so I think I'll keep going.
Yeah, but I mean, go out with a bang, right?
that would be it.
All right. Pile of corpses starting point. All charred.
All right, let's bring Chara in here.
Okay, cool.
Are you gonna go bother him?
No.
What?
That was
No, I
a
said
joke,
there's
and
a-
everyone's charred.
Yeah. Because presumably that's the way he ends up winning most of the time, as he had to use his fire to win. Or maybe ignore the fight and pick off the last person is probably also a way that the winning could happen. In which case, it's only one charred corpse. So either way, the victorious Lar, with everybody else being dead in the arena, is the starting point that I would like to first start viewing this scenario on. And just a playthrough of it, basically, without manipulating things. Which just goes down the path of we end up getting snatched by the Carnival of Swords. If unmanipulated in any way, I'm guessing.
Which was unmanipulated? I had a little
We're just
blank.
Oh, got it. We're just starting the vision and watching it.
Oh, just watching it.
Yeah. Without changing any of the variables.
The probability is the major flux event is which tavern the guy picks. That is most of the time what it comes down to. There's no real major variable. It's other than the percentage chance of a specific probability. And you can narrow down exactly what those probabilities are. The reason why the Lofty Sword Pavilion has that 10% chance of picking Lar is one of two things. A, they're enamored with Lar's pizzazz. Like, they're just that type of, like, arena personality that the person's like, you know what? I like him. He's not like any of these other losers. Just give him a chance. Or they beat somebody in the semifinals or the finals. The semifinals is a 10% chance to win, just because the matchup is absolutely abysmal. The guy who's going to fight Lar in the semis is almost his direct counter.
It's the fate devouring dude.
It is.
Hey, so maybe you should forfeit this round. Because even if you win that sounds like a lot of damage.
So this is the way I look at the Fate Devour. Matt's given me this opportunity with the my sword reservoir reforming to utilize Fate with my sword. So really, he's going to devour my Fate, but he's also going to have a sword down his throat when he does it. That's what I thought I could utilize in that sense.
Yeah. The other part is there's a really small chance that Lars' semifinals guy is the Clockwork Warrior. And
That's the one you specifically didn't want to fight.
well, that's in the finals or the semifinals. That's in the fourth week.
Okay.
Lar beating the guy in the quarters is almost guaranteed because Lar is their direct counter in the quarterfinals. There's like a 90% chance Lar wins
On a 1v1?
in a 1v1.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's just accumulating failure, I'm guessing, from all the hits. That's my guess.
pretty much. And one of the major things is if you fumble your sword, you're out.
Yeah.
And that Lar is particularly good at that. Also, if the blade breaks, you're also out. Fuck you. Shouldn't have a
That would be
shitty sword, and you should be able to control your energy to counter the other guy's energy or whatever they're doing, so your sword doesn't break or fumble. So, Lar, you have an immense amount of potential of reaching semifinals, which is, out of all of the contestants, you're down to top 4. Well, it's pretty good. Unfortunately, the other 3 dudes that you could fight are also kind of badasses.
Yeah.
It's either the Fate Eater guy or the Clockwork Warrior.
Is the old man ever in the top 4, or does he just leave?
He does not make it to top 4. He loses in the quarters. He finds the opponent he was looking for.
Wonderful.
Oh.
It is the main character, the guy who's supposed to take first place. The actual main character, protag guy.
What's the probability that Lar fights that guy in the semifinals?
No,
It doesn't happen.
fate is
Okay.
he does not fight him.
Okay.
And in
That's
fact, every
what I
time you
figured.
try and make that thing happen, like that matchup happen, manipulating the events, the main character forces it not to happen.
Okay.
It's not that he doesn't think Lar is a particularly good.
It's just not supposed to happen for the main character there.
No, the attrition that Lar would leverage on the main character into the finals would be catastrophic, because Lar would leech all of his resource points that he wouldn't get back in time for the finals fight, and he's going to need those as part of his strategy to beat the other guy in a resounding, kind of overwhelming win.
Because he's the main character. He has to.
He's the main character, and it's not just going to be a win, it's going to be a resounding, overwhelming win, because that's the point.
It's the story, yeah.
But if Lar leeches all of that, it might be a Pyrrhic victory in the worst case scenario. Like, there's almost no point in which this guy doesn't win. But if he's missing a lot of his resources, there's a chance he does lose. And that would be wild.
Redemption arc.
Yeah, well, there's no redemption arc. He lost, and his future is over. He gets downgraded to just a protagonist, and a whole bunch of things go poorly for him. So he's got to win this.
Okay, so there's basically no winning in the final fight for Lar.
I didn't say that. There's
It's
a 10% chance you beat the Fate Eater, and somehow through the 10% chance you are able to assemble something that gives you a leg up in the fight that the main character wasn't anticipating, or has a really hard time dealing with. Because you have what you need to beat him. You're just missing a couple modifiers or a couple little tweaks or a couple abilities you can stack on that let you fight his protagonist powers.
Yeah.
Because the main character, it's a main character variant, which is significantly stronger. It's like spending 10 narrative points on a thing he wants. And they can use it selfishly because they're the main character. So it's a rigged fight, but you were told well ahead of time.
Yep.
But if you
Well,
win,
it's a rigged fight, but he's also not the person that the Sword Tower wants to win in the first place. So, right?
yeah, they don't want anyone to win other than this guy. And
They want the main character. Okay.
The Sword Tower absolutely want the main character to win. This whole thing is a stage for them to raise him up, and set his future for him. Because the Lofty Sword Pavilion has come down from their Zone 3 to watch the fights, but it's really here to like take a good look at this guy so they can accept him as an inner disciple into the sect, even maybe a core disciple, and then his future's set. So that's what this is really for. It's all set up for this guy. He's the main character of the story. But he won't get that if it's not a hard, if he doesn't work for it. You know, if it's too fucking easy, it's like, oh, are you, or just everyone showed up that's really weak. So, Lar could beat him. He just needs a couple things, but he won't know until he gets to the semifinals and actually beats the guy in the semis, which is a really bad matchup. Yeah.
And when does the Sword Carnival come in, if they do?
So it comes in after the quarterfinals. Like the moment Lar beats the piss out of this guy, somebody in the stands goes, well, I think I've seen enough. This is one hell of a harvest. Let the carnival and the games begin. And then there's a realm lock, and the carnival happens, and it is your mayhem.
What if we
The city
immediately run away?
burns. No, there's nowhere to go. You can't go to your
Yori.
ship.
We
Nope.
can't? Oh,
Nope.
okay.
It's realm lock. They lock the entire realm.
Ooh.
There's a big dome that goes over the city. No one can use escape. No one can get out of the dome using a teleport. You're
Can
locked in the dome.
Poe get to the secret realm?
Poe would go to the secret realm, but he'd still be in the zone. It's a spatial area that he brings with him. He doesn't always go back to the Bullet Hell Mountain whenever he accesses it. He basically took the minor hidden realm that is the vault, and it's this
Oh, not the vault. I'm
sub-dimensional
talking
space
about
that falls
the
around.
sacred geometric zone.
That uses a Holy Geometrics template. He would have to hand carve another one to help solidify the connection. But yeah, he can go there. Poe's the only one who can get out of this. He has two methods,
that's what I
actually. He can
figured.
disappear into the subspace of the vault, but somebody would probably find out because it leaves a little... people can detect it if they're of high enough cultivation or they have a detection artifact. Or he can just fuck off into the geometrics room and no one can follow him. But he would leave you all behind.
Yeah.
So
And he'd have to be there for a long time because every day in there is one to 8 days.
So would V just let them take his disciple? I guess
V
if I
would come
can't
with them.
direct myself. Oh, it'd be like, oh, cool. We're going this way now.
Yeah, we're going this way now. Great. Finally, we can hone him in some serious life or death, like super cultivator montage. Let's go.
So Carnival's like, wait, aren't you going to protect your disciple? Nah, I want to see where this is going. Please push my cart when you shackle him if you do.
They would, yeah. They'd be like, oh, yeah okay, great.
Yeah.
We have a Zone 6 Cultivator's Blessing. Let's do this. The only thing V would protect you from is if somebody showed up and was like, we can't let your disciple continue existing. It's a threat to our dog, our plans in the future. And V would be like, cut in half. Shut up.
Not fam.
No fam.
Actually, I think Lar has a way out because even if it's a brownout, can't the
card
duality?
Lar could go in the card, but the card stays behind.
Yeah, they just take the card.
And they take the card, and they take realm. They take the card and Lar with it.
Well, no. Poe escapes the sacred geometric realm with the card.
The
catcher would not let you bring that in.
Oh, true.
Yeah, it's a catcher. Like if that containment breaks, that
and they're
world
presumably
inside
looking for
is now
Lar
in here.
anyway, as that was what triggered this. So, what about if we instead, like, what are the odds that happens? That's based on if the dude goes to the right bar.
Mm-hmm.
If he shows up,
all it matters is if the dude goes to the bar on the left.
So we just have to guarantee that bar is closed if we want to go down this path.
Yeah, which is why I was like, either a bomb threat or like poison or some other way. You just got to get there and know which one.
You do know it's down by the river. You do know
Yeah.
it has a specific profile, and you do know a smell and a sound.
Yeah.
But that narrows fuck all down. in this city this size.
We don't have a name of the bar.
No, it doesn't have an open name. It has a symbol, and it's very faded.
The moon with the
Yeah.
Okay.
The jagged crescent and the floating moon debris. That it used to be a full moon, but it was torn asunder, and now there's just a jagged crescent and floating space chunks.
Hmm. So I'm voting for forfeiting, but Lar gets to decide.
Now the funny part is, even if he forfeits, there's still a chance this guy goes to the right bar and sees the right talent, and it still triggers. But they don't
Yeah, but we'll be
kidnap you.
gone.
You're just part of the carnage. And then we play the game of
survive.
survive the panic, the mayhem, and the city being literally almost razed to the ground.
Okay, actually then, let's look at scenarios for if he does forfeit, so we have an idea of what to be doing then.
There is a cascade of frankly interesting thing that happens if he quits. So the first is there's a small chance the malefactor agent feels something's wrong and goes to their superior and goes, the guy just withdrew out of nowhere. And he paid money for it to get this fight, but then he withdraws? That doesn't make sense. And that guy might go, he saw our plan. And that can take some really goofy turns, as in nothing happens. They're like, whatever. Move on. There's a couple other things, arrangements with less probable chances, but some of the other arenas might have the demon show up.
Okay.
Or they take vengeance out on you, and now you have assassins in the night.
And we already got those.
Or they kidnap you, and we go down another path on the earthly road.
Because they're like, oh man, you figured this out.
Yeah.
Come join the masterminds.
Which is significantly more likely because they still want your fate meddling. They still want you to have your go piece on you. Because you're two parts of the equation. They just need a proper vessel and the contamination of that vessel. And you have the other two parts. The connection to the underworld and the ability to muddle fate. So they may just kidnap you. And we go down that line. There could be another plot that unfurls. Nothing could happen at all.
Well, then forfeiting immediately. What if instead he goes and immediately engages upon the pain dude, takes a big enough hit to pop one of the life-saving artifacts, and then forfeits? So it looks like.
It looks way better. It's a bit staged. You lose a lot of money. You're out of the arena, and that was you. Unfortunately, yeah. You foil their plans, and they're like, well, he's kind
But there's
of a
still
bitch,
a
I
chance
guess.
if he takes a few hits that it still happens in that time.
True. There's also the chance he still gets kidnapped because he is a significant part of their plan to bring.
How do they know about the
Malmazations.
go piece, though?
That amount of yin energy is almost impossible to disguise.
Okay, so it's just visible. Same as
Johnny built it
light.
too damn well.
Okay.
Especially if you're a practitioner who's highly attuned to yin energies in the first place, as in you cultivate that as a source. You're attracted to yin energy in a land filled with yang energy, and it stands out. It's like a cold chill on a midsummer day in July. You're like, what the fuck is that?
What if I put one of the practitioners in my mirror ring? Does that end with the whole getting arrested thing again?
Of course, yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, you're also using fractal powers at that point and mirror sorcery. So people are also very leery of that stuff. That is a very taboo shit to do.
Well, the Emperor of Glitch is here though, so like, at least they would. Well, I mean, I guess I kidnapped somebody.
No scenario in which this guy sticks up for you.
Yeah.
They would come and collect the ring if you were to be executed. But
Okay.
that's about it. And they give it to their disciple and be like, here. It's not pretty, but yeah. They'd also keep that person in that ring and be like, lol.
Oh, right, I forgot. Am I forgetting something? Nah, I'm not forgetting anything.
Let me out! No!
He's in stasis. They're in stasis. Whoever gets put in the ring. Okay, so could do that. You know, that's a thing. Probably a bad idea, but you know, kidnapping never great.
What about if I snap somebody? What about that scenario?
Which one?
I snap
Using
somebody.
the Void Mother Shadow, which is coming from Lars Shadow.
If you do something goofy, like get the ability in there during the sword fight, as in like you do a bunch of really flashy stuff and then you strike a pose and then you snap your fingers and the guy just explodes or gets crushed by this mysterious hand. You'd have to set up a bit of theater.
Okay.
But you can get away with it.
But you could, yes. And people would be like, what? He's got some sort of like super combo that if he hits you enough times and then strikes a pose and uses a bunch of resources, the hand comes out of nowhere and kills the guy.
And then he gets kidnapped.
Increases the probability chance of you being accepted into the Lofty Sword Pavilion.
Okay, yeah.
Like
And
drastically raises that.
Might increase the chance that the dude, even if he doesn't go to the bar, wants to do the sword carnival thing.
Yeah,
I would assume.
this is why this is a Nexus event. All of these probabilities are really, really sticky. Like you throw some ideas at it and it's like, I'm not budging. There's too many variables that lock me in place. There are some loopholes. You guys have found them.
Mm-hmm.
There are just follow-up consequences for good or for ill.
What if he wins this semifinals and then forfeits when he sees the next person that he fights? Or not this semifinals. Wins this match and then goes to the quarterfinals and forfeits there.
Well, that's a tough one. There's a lot of little events that have to settle out. In fact, the first things that would become a major problem are debt collectors. They place there's a lot of money, a huge astronomical amount of money that is placed on the 4th week fights, from the very first fight to the end. And if you make it that far, an astronomical sum of money is placed on you across the city for betting. And if you just forfeit, there are going to be a lot of people who want their money back and they will take it out of your flesh.
Well, we just drop a cube of Dark Iron Meteorite on them. That pays for it and deals with the debt collectors.
And then this city is burned to the ground as factions from the heavens and the underworld and everywhere across the earthly path go, ooh, piece of candy! And they all fight over it in the middle of the 4th checkpoint, and it's razed to the ground because of all the fighting.
Well, see, that's why you don't try to collect debts from us, because we pay them.
There you go. You sure do. You just have to get it, collect it, go here. I paid you. Yeah. Can you move
look
it?
At that cube.
Not my problem.
Cool. Bye. It's yours now. Good luck keeping it.
Yeah. It should pay everyone's debts if you all just grab a nugget.
Oh, good luck with that too.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And you're starting to see just why Fate Bonds reached out. There's something in the undercurrents of the city. There's a lot of schemes and plots, and there's a lot of selfish greed and ambition in heavy circulation. Fates will be made or broken with this particular tournament, just like it is every year when they host it. And fate turns and the heavens look on. It's a major event. In fact, it is the major arc end event that you guys kind of jumped forward into. Because it's checkpoint 4. It's the last zone of the major story arc of Zone 1. So there's a lot going on.
Hmm.
And we've definitely dove into a lot of these plot points too. Like
Yeah.
there's
Yeah. I got a lot of information out of the talismans.
Oh yeah,
Maybe
that's a huge discovery. Not that you can do anything with it now, but that's them some secrets. Yes, Poe, I did say the S word.
Yes.
So I think we should look at the money that could be made from this, being able to see the possibility.
Oh yes, of course, the money.
I was also thinking about just throwing money at them. I think that would be a very effective use of them dying in this scenario. Just throw some martial coins. Flick
We
them.
still need those in the cosmic realm.
Yeah, I was just thinking a few, just throw it, flick a couple of them, especially at like the necromancer.
Let's go gambling.
No, I mean like literally flick them. And so it
Because they
explodes.
are weapons. Yes. There will be some people upsetty spaghetti if you kill a person with not a sword.
Especially if it's a martial coin and they don't want people to know that they're more than just currency.
Yeah,
You do this
that's
in
a major
books of
conspiracy you guys have discovered. People don't want you to know that it is nothing but currency. That's why, they still retain value on the back
Yes,
ends because the
because they
people who do
don't
know
Yeah.
are like, we know the real value and that's why it maintains its value. But because the majority of the people don't know, it's only a fraction of what it used to be worth.
So, what about the HOA heavenly people? I
They're a
realize.
dead house. They're a collections house. They'll
Yeah,
they'll
so,
come to you.
okay. I was about to say, it's like, what would they think of the reveal of what was it? Martial coins being more than just currency.
They would be whatever group owns them
Hmm.
would probably spend not a small amount of money to have someone come teach you a lesson. Because there's a lot of these merchant groups. Their power is money, and they show their displeasure by spending a lot of money to hire some very skilled people at murder.
Gotcha.
Your masters would have a hard time protecting you, even V, because if they hire a particular group that's like, even if we die, we'll send more people, because that's our code. We always get our mark. Eventually, you're going to be out doing something, and V doesn't catch it in time, and then you get assassinated.
Gotcha.
V was Agent 47 all along.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of gets reprogrammed.
So,
Somebody kills him and just puts on a hat and nobody notices.
do you see any interaction with the talismans in this second part?
Yeah, is there any interaction with the talismans in the second part? Or is that like heavily obscured because the practitioner that made the talismans is from the same zone as V.
But on the heavenly path. I thought it was like zone 4 or something on the heavenly path.
Was it Zone 4? No, he was 4 realms of cultivation above me, not from the zones.
Okay.
It means that he's also got his lotuses.
Maybe.
So
Well, remember, each lotus is its own major realm.
So then he only has one lotus.
One lotus, but that's enough power difference to
notice if I'm looking in on a talisman, even in a
pretty much, yeah.
vision.
Fortunately, the defense features on the talisman itself is enough so they don't have to act, because reaching through wherever they are to where you are would be extremely costly. So that's why they built all these defense features into it, so they don't have to. But yeah, he's up there. But you've also seen what double lotuses look like in this your master's mindscape here that they're letting you play around with.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're sitting back there like a Buddha, helping you continually control the simulation and running the processes behind the scenes while you interact with the interface. It's also kind of cool because you every time you reset a variable, you get this like matrix effect of things getting moved and the data streams flowing down and then solidifying.
So if we forfeit, he gets kidnapped. If you fight for a little bit, you're a lot less likely to get kidnapped, and we could just leave. But if you forfeit immediately and we just leave immediately, not to the conclusion of the tournament, then they might not kidnap us. What happens if we just don't stay to the end of the tournament after forfeiting?
Run that by me again.
We just go to the cosmic path immediately upon forfeiting this match, then they're probably not going to be able to get to us.
No, but you miss out on the bees, and that was one of the major contingents of going to the cosmic path.
Oh, right.
And Poe might get a heart demon because you guys reneged and didn't let him get his bees.
That is.
Yeah.
The bees
You
still need to
wouldn't
go.
want to screw him like that. He needs his bees. The whole thing was, I guess we can go to the cosmic road and leave the earthly road if I get my bee.
What other information could we gather from this, though? Is there any places of talent we could gather, or I wonder if there's any things like, hey, Savalair does this, then you see what he does.
Opens up. Like any training from this that we could acquire?
Either training or hidden scenarios that we could utilize, and this is what Savalair would have done. So we actually literally go there in this case and fulfill that prophecy. Or there's an extra talent place, or there's some individual we find that changes things. I don't know. Is this?
If you want, V can overdrive the simulation to allow you to extrapolate future outcomes. But the simulation, once you've looked at those, would have to end because that's an overdrive. That'll exhaust this realm, and they're not at full strength yet. Yeah. So get your information. You can overdrive, but then that's it.
Okay, so stay within the realms of the vision for the moment, but if we want to get something at the end of it, we can.
Yeah. There's significantly less variables, but there are the pretty much fixed probability swings. You basically roll a dice on all these probabilities, and that's the chance of it happening. The biggest variable is the 50-50. It kind of feels like a 50-50. Is it a 50-50?
For if he forfeits?
No, for the guy going to the tavern.
Oh.
If he forfeits, there's just that's when it adds. It kind of blends a bit of the yang with the yin files, especially on the timing of the forfeit. There's very little drawback if he forfeits in the middle of the fight. Like, he actually participates. The people who are, they do money exchanges in the background. Well, you showed up, you fought like a coward and left. Damn, we shouldn't have bet on that guy. There'll be some distraught people. Nothing you can't handle. There's a chance that these malefactors will want Lar and his go piece, or at least just the go piece. If he doesn't show up with it, there's a chance that they're like, we don't know where it went. It's not worth it. Who knows? The real trouble is if you win this round and you forfeit anywhere afterwards, there is a waterfall of problems that don't end. It's helped by if you lose in a fight.
Want to lose and not die. Though it's less likely to die in the next round than it is this round.
Well, there's a good chance Lara can lose safely in the quarterfinals because he just has a powerful matchup. But the guy's not a pushover. He made it all the way to here, so he's a lethal opponent.
Well, and it isn't even a matter of lethality. He devours fate. So even if it doesn't kill him,
That's
it
the
could cause
semifinals.
lasting
The
damage.
quarters is the guy
semi.
he beats up. The
Okay.
semis is the one where he is against his opposite matchup.
Okay.
The downside is because Lar is going to have such an overwhelming advantage in the quarterfinals, if he loses on purpose, he might develop problems with his sword Dao because the sword Dao is like, why didn't we win? Failure should not have happened. Manufacturing failure in this case has set us back, and it may put a roadblock or solidify future bottlenecks to make it harder to break through. Because, unfortunately, you sandbagged, and subconsciously you wanted to win, and your sword Dao is like, yeah, let's win. Let's make it further, so we can try and test ourselves against the Fatebreaker opponent. Because that would truly hone us. We can lose that fight as long as we give it our all. But then again, good chance that the Sword Carnival starts, which would also be an excellent opportunity to hone the sword.
But then we'd be locked into the earthly path.
You'd be kidnapped. Now, you could go to the Cosmic Pack later, but you guys would be spending a good portion of your future sessions in the training camps of the Sword Carnival.
And that's like a directed training, so we wouldn't be able to do the specific things we're looking to do.
No, you could. That's the thing. The Sword Carnival, they give you a portion of mandatory training, and then your personal time, you can either choose to relax or pursue your own cultivation, or seek teachers and resources to further those cultivation.
Or try to murder other people trying to do that.
That's great. Yep, you can also be like, you know what? I don't want a once a week fight. I want to fight somebody every day. And you're like, oh, yeah, okay.
You there. I'm trying to read, man.
I'm gonna fuck you up. All right, fine, fight me. All right, so
are
one
we
variable. Which one has bees? That's the real question.
I'm guessing the one where he fights for a bit and forfeits, we can still stay here and have bees.
Underworld has bees, but they're special little bees. There might be bees at the Sword Carnival. They might be going, oh, you wanted bees? And that'll help you? Let's go get you some bees. Because they're that type of group.
They want to make people do whatever weird sword thing that they're going to do better.
You'd all be really good at the sword. They would definitely teach Poe how to do poison sword. You would have some sort of sound sword. They may give you a special tuning folk sword.
But it got one of those. It just happens to be poisoned.
Or something, yeah.
Or something.
So
it's not specifically a tuning fork, I suppose. Okay. So are we saying start this fight for a bit and then forfeit is the current goal? Or do we want to actually try to win this fight, Lar? The end, it's up to you.
I'm gonna try and win the fight. If there's a point where I know I will like not be able to survive anymore, my fear would probably make me forfeit.
But also, the longer you stay in the fight, the higher chance there is that the demon does get summoned.
Yeah,
Yep.
no, it's true.
But you
If
know
you
what?
do want to fight, then I would say make sure that you have plenty of fire.
And that you don't have your go piece.
And your gold card.
And the card, yeah.
I'll put the go piece on the in the orrery, and then I'll put the card with Vicarious. Probably seems like the safest bet.
Okay.
They will not accept it. Give it to your master. That's something way too important to your DAO and your future to give to a different master that's not yours.
Makes
give it
sense.
to duality.
Duality can hold on to it.
Yep. They will ask you, can I give it moo juice?
Of course.
All right. Everyone gets moon juice.
Okay.
Yep.
And then
Juice!
in this scenario, is there a way, I guess, with the overdrive, we're looking for a secret talent area that we can find here as well?
Sure.
If we're done looking at the vision otherwise. I don't know if there's any other questions that people were asking as far as.
There's a series of secret talent areas, one of which is the moon's reflection descent. Basically, there's a special little pool that every once in a while, every 5 years or so, the moon is in just the right place at just the right phase, and it's just the right time of year, and the reflection the moon puts on a specific body of water creates a doorway. Yes, you get out there and you either take a boat or swim out there, and you get in on the still water of the moon's reflection, and you fall into a secret realm. It is a timed gate. If you don't get out in time, you are trapped in there for 5 years. Who knows what's inside? That's a talent building opportunity. There's another one in the fissures. If you go down into the fissures, there's a lot of things being kept secret down in the fissures. It's not just a mining site; it's also an excavation site, an archaeological site. They're doing stuff down there. If they get that online and access whatever's down there, it may open up a secret realm or a tomb or something, and that's an opportunity. It might be a lifetime opportunity. It could be a renewable one that has a certain refresh timer. Who knows?
Okay.
Getting hit by the Sword Carnival is a talent opportunity because every time you beat an opponent, you generate Gestalt.
Ooh.
That's just their doctrine. The overclock will also determine a little bit of your kind of futures, at least in regards to a specific commonality item. In this case, the sword. If you are taken by the Sword Carnival, this is the scenario or timeline in which you will be the best with the sword you will ever be if you survive it. Even going the cosmic path or the underworld, you will not even be close to as being good with wielding the sword as going with the Sword Carnival. And this is also channeling your special Tao, your predilection towards certain elements. It is through and by the sword, but even in the Cosmic Road, you will not be that good with the sword as you will with the Sword Carnival. But that's their whole thing. If you go down the cosmic path, you're going to be more used to sorcery level swordplay. I swing sword. I create micro singularity. I'm not cutting you. I'm just collapsing you. Sorcery. So it's more like a spell sword going down the cosmic route. Swordplay becomes rather. It still matters, but not in the truest sense. You leverage cosmic concepts and cosmic ideas towards the sword.
Unless you go really hard on the basic swordplay and just beat
You
the
won't.
singularity of existence.
You can do that, but it won't be to a level that the Sword Carnival can reach. They have a way of building up your base swordplay so that you master all foundations, all basics, all styles, and you get a mixology of just sword power. But that's their whole thing. If you go to the underworld, you get to do some really goofy stuff with sword ego, sword aura, destruction power and element. You could still have a veneer of elegance to your swordplay, but it's all about power and destruction and killing your opponent, or at least breaking them. Still not as great as the Sword Pavilion or the Sword Carnival, but it's the runner-up towards how good you guys get with the sword path. If you get grabbed by any other group, the Lofty Sword Pavilion, I mean, unless you like really want to go down that and join that particular faction and work your way up, it's kind of just a springboard towards future content that you don't have to muddle through all the other stuff. So, yeah. We'll move on to mountain climbing and golden core formation rather quickly if you springboard to zone 3.
Okay. So who wants to be the best swordsmans? At that point, that's Earthly Path for at least a while.
Earthly path
would not-
until you can escape the clutches of the Sword Carnival and be like, you don't tell me what to do. I completed your camp. And they're like, you're still part of us, even if you go to space.
What does that even entail?
You will, everywhere you go, you bring the Sword Carnival's name with you because you've graduated. It doesn't matter if you renounce the name. They still consider you part of their group. Think Harlequins 40k. But you'd be Harlequins in space!
That's where they normally are.
Yeah, I was about to say. I'm just like, yeah.
Do we have to start talking in riddles and rhymes?
Only if you want to annoy your opponent and goad them into attacking you, or just hate your guts, or be like, "What? Is that?
Didn't understand any
nonsense?"
of that. That was okay. We've got options, and I think we're going with cosmic still. But there is. We could go to that moon pool probably.
Moon pool.
We did a moon.
I guess you should check to see how much Dow material you need in order to do it, though.
Yeah, because we saw the
It'll be
entrance.
3 years before it opens again, and you're gonna need some stuff to open it.
Okay.
You'll either need a special boat, or a special mirror, or a moonstone talisman. Basically, it's a moon-based access pass to a secret realm that has a moon-based element. Or you can take the plummet route, swim into the middle, and swim straight down, and hopefully you don't drown on the way down, and then you plummet.
I've got my special swimming ability that I got forever ago on a spaceship. It wasn't even in space.
Oh, you mean
That's
the
great.
obstacle course we did?
No, not the obstacle course. The room that was full of invisible water that I just rolled the nat 1 going in immediately.
Okay. Yeah.
It's not a very useful
right.
swimming ability,
Oh
but I've got
yes,
one.
on the ship, on the
Mhm.
ship, the crash ship.
It was great. It has come in handy once already. Um. Well, I will.
I say probably doable with duality. Like we could probably maybe get some moon stuff there.
Yeah. That's why I was thinking that might be the better opportunity if we're not going Sword Carnival. Which we could still go the Cosmic Realm, I guess, if we go Sword Carnival. We just have to get out of the Sword Carnival.
I suppose that's
Yeah.
So it'd be a pit stop, and it might get us the ability to get resources from the earthly realm a bit easier if we convince them that it's part of what we need for our DAO.
One of the things that I have to do is I don't know how long the Sword Carnival would take, and within 10 years I have to go back to get my sword out of the moon.
Sure, they'd let you do that if it's for a sword.
Yeah, I feel like they would, but at the same token, it's one of those like, who knows?
Sword Carnival is also a bit more difficult to guarantee because it's about a 50-50 chance that that happens.
unless you direct them into that side kind of deal or blow up the other one.
Well, we don't know what the other one is that they're going to.
So far, 50-50 has been one of the better odds that I've heard so far.
Or worse odds if we're not looking to Sword Carnival and looking to continue in the tournament a bit longer.
Sure.
I think Sword Carnival might actually be a good idea though, if we're not locked out of Cosmic Realm afterwards though.
I agree.
And it gives us time to finish up our assessment computer that we need to be able to do runs anyway.
Well, it's not exactly for runs, or at least I didn't think it was. That was
Oh no,
so
it
we
is for
could.
runs. Yeah.
It is for runs.
Okay,
We cannot do
never
runs right now.
mind. Oh, okay. Maybe we do that. It's not so much a hey, we're not going down cosmic as much as hey, we are using this specifically so we can progress through cosmic later.
So I think it's a good idea if we're trying to win this fight. You're going to want to probably snap the pain dude out of existence. He's maybe the most difficult to deal with, but he's also once when he's bled everywhere, he's already done his job for summoning the demon. So getting rid of him won't really.
So I was thinking the Necromancer would be the best choice for the snap, just because of his defenses.
Oh, true.
He might use a not a Finality's Bane, in that point.
And then Poe throws out the nah.
The nah, yeah.
Nope. What was it like if because okay, well yeah, it had to be the necromancer because the pain person they would notice and they would be like, nope.
Well, they might notice actually if you snap the pain person too. They're more likely to notice if we snap the pain person.
Yeah, that's why we were saying necromancer, but
I also, if I snap them, all their blood's going to go everywhere.
is there a known
Is it?
limit of
Doesn't it
how
just
much
get
blood it
voided?
takes?
I thought.
I thought it was a pinata effect and all their loot and all the things they have on them.
Oh, that's if they have like a spatial ring that's getting destroyed, which
Their DAO.
I
Oh no,
thought that it
that's
just
their
deleted all
person.
their equipment.
No, that's their person. They explode. Let me copy paste the.
No. The explode happened if we orbital cannoned them. That was when I was
Trying to
asking
shoot
about
the house, the inn with the gun.
Oh wait, hold on. What? We're not in the vision anymore because we overcharged it.
Mm.
So
Um,
don't be answering more questions about our probabilities.
oh, damn. You're right. Sorry. I made a grave error. Please forgive me.
But that would be funny. But we also have to know which restaurant it is, which I guess we could have figured out by running the simulation, having shot each building in the waterfront.
Every single one.
Nope,
You had
not
the
that one.
opportunity.
On to the next one.
Yeah, you
We
had
did.
the opportunity. Anyway, so it's duality can roll an opposed cultivation test against one target of your choice once per year. If they fail, they die, and their loot parts of their character sheet and bits of their Dow pop out.
Part of gore. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that was
Yeah, it's a loot pinata. That's pretty much what happens when the snap.
parts of the character sheet do.
Yeah.
That could be really bad if you do it to the necromancer and somebody else picks it up. Or if you take it, then you are now able to be the conduit still, even without the yin piece.
Well, if we're not in the simulation, let's take you back to here. Ha! Wait. Hold on. You guys are in the moon cube! What have I done?
Cubed moon.
There you go.
Okay.
Lyron, how are you doing, bud?
How am I doing after that?
You're exhausted.
Oh, that took an awful lot out of me. But I think that I've dissembled your vision a little bit better.
Oh, did you now? Oh, good to hear.
I watched you die a lot.
Oh, that must have been terrible. I'm sorry you had to watch that.
Oh, it's not going to happen. You've got this, fam.
Ah, yes, I do, fam.
So, seems like your best bet, if you, well, want to, I would like to just convey basically all the information I learned there, since people were listening.
Oh, you're not going to spend another hour and explain everything that's happened?
Yeah, no, I explained that to everybody.
Oh, good.
I'm gonna go to sleep now. You
you
guys
sure?
can mull it over a bit. That was quite the explanation, and I was already tired.
Well, it's a hard fight ahead of me now. Okay.
So we already had the discussion out of character as well.
Yes.
And it is Lars' decision in the end.
Yes. Well,
Hopefully I successfully undisappointed my master.
No, they're not disappointed. They're not impressed either.
could have done more.
Could have done more. Got what we wanted though. Mostly. We could have just kept the session going for a while, still doing it though. So, and presumably I ran a bunch of the simulations a bunch of the times. So
Yeah, we probably could have found out like how I succeed.
could we though? We determined the ways that you use your fire against each of the things. So
Mhm.
stacking a bunch of fire.
That's only in 1v1 scenarios, though.
Yeah, and then Matt was saying that it was much more murky in the not 1v1 scenarios.
Yeah, the fight upcoming in a couple days is very murky, but you've seen a lot of it.
So you two want to do the carnival?
was just
I
saying it was a
wouldn't
cool
be
opportunity.
against. Yeah, because I'm just like I have a sword. I wouldn't be against it.
And
get
we'd
some-
also be able to get the bees and still go the cosmic path at the end of it, and probably have the opportunity to get a bunch of resources from the earthly path, is one of the options. But then we're tied to the Sword Carnival, which might not.
Yes. Which you'll learn what that is about. It could be like, nah, fuck this place, or you're like, it's not too bad. Yeah.
Yeah, that I think is the biggest thing. That is the unknown of just like, what does it mean to be a part of the Sword Carnival? But for the fact that I've heard of, hey, they'll really help me and not subjugate me, or like try to put me in a prison, doesn't sound horrible.
Yeah, Poe's probably
Doesn't sound horrible.
because cosmic cultivators also don't like poison practitioners. This is a good opportunity to cultivate that in a place that isn't actively trying to get rid of you at all times.
But they are actively trying to get rid of you. Is the issue? Is that they're trying to kill you? In ways
Yeah,
that
but
you
they're
can
doing
prove
it in a
yourself.
way that they're trying to make you better.
Yeah, that's the issue. We're
Okay, well,
as long as you guys are okay with hard mode, let's we can do it.
I'm pretty sure the poison cultivation is hard mode no matter what, so extra hard is.
A little bit less hard for the cultivation part, at least.
I don't know whether or not I'm gonna survive the next couple of days.
Unrelated to the Sword Carnival.
Yeah. I don't know whether or not I'll get to even get to the point of, hey, you can take a break until you get to Mountain Climber +2. Still got to finish chapter 1 before, I do all that.
Bees.
Me,
Bees.
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 Vij?
Bees.
Yeah.
D's
But no
bees.
vulture bees. Damn. I was gonna have fun with that one.
I'm
Me
sure you
honey.
would.
Maybe vulture bees. He can still roll a 100 in the fight, and instead of
Fuck.
TPKing us, we could instead go to the underworld.
Yeah.
That is
Well,
still
boys, here we go.
There is
still
a
a-
9-0 chance honey 100.
and then that's the way to not die as Lar at that point. So like if we decide to go into this fight, there is a non-zero chance that we're forced into the underworld path,
Pretty much. Yeah.
which it's fine too, I guess.
Second question: are you guys? It's fine too, I guess. Are you okay with me doing that for both of you?
I'm okay with the underworld path too.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
Either way, if it includes the bees, and yeah, we're good.
You just get different bees.
Yep, different bees.
If that's the case, so for my next downtime scene here after this, I'm going to communicate with Kunimitara, and let her know about the plot of what's going to happen in this next fight.
It's possibly going to happen.
Yes, with the underworlds and with the possibility of her coming down with us if she wishes. Because I wouldn't want to put her in that situation where she's not prepared. And yeah, does that make sense?
Is I kind of have a question on the aspect of there's a situation where we go to the underworld and we lose our masters, and I'm not sure whether or not Kunimitara would
That's
be alive.
That's only if Johnny stacks on the failures as high as he can go.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's only if that happens.
Okay.
Yeah, he can choose whether we start from 0 or start with the master.
Yeah.
In that scenario.
Gotcha.
So anyway, yeah, I for my last downtime scene of the day, I'm going to give that information. Let her know about the plot, so her family and herself can make the proper decisions on what can happen. especially if they're at the tournament themselves, or if they're viewing it from somewhere else, I suppose. Um, so yeah, I'm just gonna give them the heads up because it would really suck for them not to know. Kind of go through that scene of describing the events that are going to happen, and
To duality.
no, to Kunimitara.
They're like, the path is mysterious. Whatever happens, just make sure to grab on tight.
Yes. I just wanted to let you know and let your family know, just in case this possibility happens. There's a fair amount of plots going on here in Checkpoint 4, and I seem to be caught up in one of them.
I will say this: if we do end up in the underworld path, there's a lot of people in my clan who have worked very hard to make sure we are moving towards the orthodox alignment.
Mm-hmm.
And if I show up with the demonic alignment, they're going to be pissed. But that's okay. I'll if we go down the underworld path, I'll just have to walk the path of the Asura and give them the boot.
Okay. Well, excellent. I have one more day to prepare, and I'm interested to see what happens next. Okay. So
It's actually kind of interesting. The underworld path is filled with bends and turns, so it takes longer to get further in, but it's wider because it has this big serpentine, which means it allows much more access to a wider array of resources. But it's much harder to get further down the path because it winds. So more width than depth, which would allow me to actually get the resources I need for cultivation, because any of our cultivation paths are just so resource intensive. But it doesn't matter which way we go. I'll rip it out of the hands of those who don't want to give it to me, no matter what.
Well, I look forward to seeing that, Goody. Okay. So the last day, can we talk about my my sword energy that I was researching, the method I was doing? Because every success was was a progress, right, for the research. This is from last session.
Can you put it in chat?
So we didn't write it down, but pretty much what I was doing was my my breathing technique of 3-second intervals, bringing in sword energy, ERGY.
Yep, the breathing techniques to breathe in energy, condense it down into the sword, build it enough for your first folding.
Yeah, so pretty much what I was doing was bringing it into my core, folding it, and then breathing it back out into my body in that kind of motion of 3 seconds.
Yep. It takes a week. It doesn't have to be. It can be interrupted, but it takes a full week, 7 days.
Okay.
Of 24 hours each to get enough breathing energy to fill that first layer for folding.
Okay, so a week's worth. Is this from me doing the research and figuring out how to do it, or is this?
Yeah, this is. It'll take a week. It's a steady and sure method, and you can't lose focus. Like, you can't let your mind drift to other things, and
right.
You gotta stay steadily, like the people who make mandalas with the little sand. You gotta slowly make sure you build and fill that reservoir, and make sure there's no pockets or gaps or bubbles.
Right.
Yeah, full filling, and then you shape it in such a way that it allows you to fold and compress it. And then there's a muddling period, because even if you fold it, it's still 2 layers.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta let it mix. But that could take a really long time, so depends on how you want to go about filling your reservoir, letting it muddle, doing both at the same time, finding a different method, using a resource, or any other number of things.
Yeah. Okay.
So you got a lot of options, Mr. Johnny. But breathing works, meditating. You have enough attainments in the sword that filling your first level of sword energy is well within a easy to achieve time frame. It's almost like brewing an espresso. Like you've done all the steps, and then you put your cup under it, and you just let it trickle down and fill the cup with perfect deliciousness.
Okay.
Yep, distilling your experience and absorbing power. Oh yeah. As we're nearing the end of today's session, though, I will thank you for your patience with this development. I had a huge plot underlying the checkpoint 4 content, of which you guys grabbed, shook really hard, and went, "Ooh, what's inside?" The city is big enough that I've got like no less than 20 major schemes and plots ongoing. They all fight each other. Some things don't happen. Some things I've written that's like, I roll a bunch of dice to see if it even happens. So, thank you for your patience on that one.
No problem. I thought it was pretty good.
Damn, it would have been funny though going into it without knowing this and being like, "Oh, good job, guys! You summoned a demon."
Oh yeah.
Oops.
True.
Everybody dies.
But the thing is, we wouldn't have known what to do with it at that point. We would have been scrambling.
Oh yeah.
Johnny,
that
I
would've-
know what would have happened if you walked in blind. You'd have just rolled a nat 100.
Immediately.
Just right at the right time / wrong time. I know your superpowers.
Yeah.
You're just that good at the game.
Yeah. Sometimes you just gotta get good, scrub.
Yep. And then I've been like, "Ooh, we're going to the underworld."
Oh.
What's,
Yeah, what's up?
the before we completely done? The difference in between like the stacking failures is we completely start over zone 0 of underworld with no masters. That's like the really bad option, or like
you keep your characters as is. I'd roll to see what items you keep as you get hurled down there. You do get to keep everything in your vault and anything in spatial rings, but things on your person may come off if you have them adorned on your physical body. You lose your masters, but you get to keep your current character sheet, and you start New Game Plus, but on the underworld path.
and without stacking we still get to keep our characters.
Well, you always get to keep your characters no matter the option. It's just where you start, and if you have your masters with you or not, and how much gear you lose.
Okay.
Those are the only variables.
Alrighty.
I think you get a demon tree inside you eventually.
I already have
He basically has a demon tree.
one. Yeah, I'm just
This is
like
true.
it. Kind of already one.
Yeah, and honestly, there would be a lot of stuff for it to go. Tasty.
You know
Oh,
what?
look, it's
Actually,
attacking me!
sure.
Ah, tree, eat it! Ow. Yeah. So plenty of options. You won't lose your characters if you go on a new path. I'm not gonna nerf your characters either because you guys haven't even reached Mountain Climber or the first stage of the Cosmic. So you're still in the color ranks, so anything goes because the color ranks are the same for every path. So
Just the tribulations done on, or those are the different parts.
the tribulations are weird. Especially on the underworld path. And each of the paths have their own route. So mountain climbers are for earthly practitioners. The underworld have its own. It might be like the haunted, blood-soaked grave mountain, something weird like that. The heavenly path definitely has its own unique route, and it has nothing to do with the mountains because they're well above the earthly mortal mountains that reach the sky because we are the heavens, and we reach even further. And of course, the cosmic path is you gotta fight planets and shit. And stars, yeah. Woohoo! Woohoo!
Yep.
So,
Be.
yippee! Mr. Poe, I know you wanted to talk a little bit further about game design and plans for Mr. Your character Jumpo.
Yes.
If you have a time that you want to do that, just send me a private message so we can schedule a time in between sessions. Because a lot of the times when I'm in RPG discussion, I'm with another player who's scheduled that time.
Gotcha.
And you're of course willing. You can hang out and listen in, but that's another player in another game saying, "Hey, I need an hour or two of your time to do this thing."
Yeah, my
So,
bad for just showing up and starting to talk.
Yeah, it's not a problem. Usually, if I'm in just chilling, you can just show up and we can just shoot the shit. But in RPG discussion, it's usually I'm there to
Talk shop.
talk shop and help build character questions, help spend merit. So if you have a ton of merit and you're like, I don't want to do you a dirty in the middle of game and spend 200 merit, so I'm gonna buy it out, buy all that stuff outside of game. Because I've seen what 500 merit expenditure looks like in the middle of session. It's like 3 hours of upgrades.
Actually, Matt, because I know this is a reference to me. It was you were. I spent like 300 merit on like one thing, and you just gave me like a plus 300 to my willpower. I think that's what I did for.
No, you had one major upgrade where you put all of your expenditures right under the threshold. And then you dumped a bucket of merit. So the thresholds all kicked at the same time, which gave you double threshold bonuses. And then all of the Nexus Conflux purchases went off the charts. And I was like, oh fuck. I don't know what to do. Shit.
It's great.
Because all the Nexus, you were like, everything gets quadra upgrades. It was the biggest power up I've ever seen. Well done, Johnny. No one's ever beaten that, by the way.
For time that you have to spare, I'm not entirely sure what your schedule looks like. So like, what are open slots?
So usually Monday after work, Tuesday after work, Wednesday is a no-go because I have work in the morning, game in the afternoon, game in the evening, and then after 9, I'm kind of burnt. Thursday after work, Friday after work, which is usually around 2:30 Mountain Standard Time.
2:30 Mountain, which would be 3:30 for Central.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we can go over all sorts of build designs, what Kubi's. I can't give you definitive answers on a lot of specifics because your character may not know them yet, and that's secrets that you get to uncover or content you get to unlock or some lore beats. But I can help you theory craft.
Okay.
I can help you sculpt your character because this game's going to be pretty complicated. And help you reach an equilibrium where you feel comfortable in your character, or at least you know where to go to reach that that comfort area.
Well, not concept question. If we go to the underworlds and we're at Zone 0, nothing changes for our characters in regards to, like, hey, you still have all your XP, you still have all your powers. Okay.
Yep.
You just might not have
Nothing's
some of your
lost on
items.
that. Yeah, a couple of your adorned items might fly off your person, and you have to go collect them around the first checkpoint because that's where they got scattered because you fell like a meteor. You might receive some conditions to your character where you're like, things are kind of broken because I hit the ground really hard, and you have to recover. But that'll be a story beat. But yeah, you're not going to lose any XP. You're not going to lose any gear that are inside of storage rings that you have been able to successfully hold on to, because the storage ring might fly away, but it's very low probability considering if you just clench your fist, it should stay where it is. Your vault doesn't go anywhere because that's a subspace that you purchase with merit, and that's an on-demand summon, on-demand dismissal subspace, so it's not going anywhere. Unless you want it to as a story beat, and then I might add some cool shit to it. But you're in the middle of being poisoned, like really, really poisoned, so you might need that place.
Yeah.
But it could be a cool story beat, because you're only at stage 4 poison. You got a bit of time, and it could be Chunpo goes down the dark, demonic path, because he's poisoned, and he has to find his missing vault. But he's absorbing all of this powerful negative energy. I don't know.
I get recursed.
Yeah, you get re-fucking cursed. Who knows? That'd be cool.
In Zone 0, the first place, we had a gateway of, hey, what's your path? Is there a demonic path that we have to, or not demonic, like a demonic Dao that we have to take up?
You will get a chance to keep the Dao you have, or mix it with some demonic energies and refine it and tweak it a little bit. Or you can be like, fuck this current Dao. I want this new Dao.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you can get all sorts of options. Definitely want it to be a comfortable transition with a little bit of story flair. Other than that,
Gotcha.
no main loss.
Alrighty. I got one question that has to, or one last question that has to deal with the concept of underworld.
Sure.
Spirit beast. Is that a thing that can exist in the underworld, or is it all demon, evil?
Oh yeah, they're spirit beasts.
Okay. Because I wasn't quite sure.
Well, demon beasts come from the underworld and or other transitions from different types of beasts. A spirit beast can become a demonic beast and vice versa, depending on certain conditions.
Okay.
Say a demonic beast gets out of the underworld and the environment, they find themselves as a tranquil forest. They ravage and break a bunch of stuff, but eventually the energies mellow them out, purge and cleanse the demonic energy, and they become a spirit beast. Yeah,
Okay.
It's all about nature nurture.
Yeah.
So there's definitely going to be places in the demonic underworld where it's just pure energy, and you're like, what's going on? Well, you found a font of cleansing, and all the creatures around here are spirit beasts. But they will fuck you up, because how dare you, a human, get anywhere near my cool body of water, my lake of cleansing.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Be a lot of fighting, but everything in this, actually, frankly, every path is a lot of fighting.
Yeah, it's
Cosmic.
like
Except for the cosmic path, because there's a lot of like fast travel loading screens. Uh, Yep, it looks like it'll take 6 months just to get to the next fuel station. Looks like we're training for 6 months.
oh
Yippee!
boy.
Yeah.
Alrighty. I look forward to when we figure out what's gonna happen.
Gonna happen, yeah.
Oh yes.
Alright.
We've seen the possibilities.
I'm gonna run and get me some food, because I'm
Same.
hungry.
Thank you for the session today.
Thank you guys. Thank you for your patience on the fancy content I tried to put together for you. The big reveal and the simulation thing.
Yep, that was cool. We liked it. Or I did. I don't know about other people, but I did.
Was interesting and definitely something that it's hey, let's
Helped
not
a
go in
lot.
blind.
Yeah.
Alrighty, later, y'all.
Later.
Thank you guys. Love you long time.
Beep beep.
Beep beep. Meep meep. I'm a sheep. Meep meep. I'm a sheep. Meow meow. I'm a cow. Meow meow. I'm a cow.
We just went to the bridge and then my stomach got upset. Like, fuck this shit.
Hello, Matt. Thank you for
Okay.
session.
Of course. I tried to lean into your backstory really hard here.
Yeah, worked great.
Okay. Hopefully it wasn't too tedious, but Fate Bonds got involved, and I was like,
Yeah.
look at all this cool stuff.
It's backstory stuff is great for the individual player, and in your case too, where you get to expand that, and that worked out great for me. I hope the other players could take some, could learn from that as well.
Love you long time, Matt.
Allie says, "Love you long time."
How you doing?
She's been better. She's currently mixing up her water. It's got some of that stuff you put in it that makes it flavorful. That's not tea. It's like artificial
Like
tea.
flavor powder, like
It's not.
like flavor crystals.
powder. Yeah, it's flavor crystals. Yeah. I was thinking like, yeah, like that's tea, but just not tea.
What an insult.
I know, right? Terrible.
Throw you right out.
Good.
There's a lot of not great options for those, so just make sure that you do a little research on those, because
Yeah.
they're really concentrated,
Yeah.
and sometimes they, I don't know, just feels weird to me.
Right. She has the Jolly Rancher drink mix, so it's pretty much like drinking a Jolly Rancher.
Definitely not my preference. I'll say
Right.
that.
But it's getting her to drink some water, so that's all we can ask.
Oh, we can always ask for more. That doesn't mean we'll get it though.
So yeah, what else can I say with that? I think it was great that we had that opportunity. I don't know what we could have done differently to get more out of it. I thought of the talent-based things, and it seems everyone's pretty interested in the way the future is going to go with our
Yeah.
options.
All roads are available now.
Yeah. So that's fun.
That was actually one of the secret plot lines, that if you did say screw it, I'm going to the sword tournament, is you complete the qualifiers, you get to leapfrog to checkpoint 4, and then you through checkpoint 4 and all the schemes during the sword tournament gain access to multiple different roads in which you can play the game on.
Yeah, you know what it's going to be like. Now you have different modules you can choose from. So
Yeah. But if you choose not to go to the sword tournament, then you only get those options when you reach the end of Zone 1 and Checkpoint 4, the scenic route.
Yeah, and the other groups like at checkpoint 4 now.
Mhm.
And
They're going to burn this place to the ground. I guarantee it.
I mean,
they're
that's
going to
for
find all
months.
of the underlying plots I built for them, which are pretty identical except for slightly altered because the players are different, so the plots are centered around them.
No.
I think it's just going to be burned to the ground, and they're going to be like, "Huh, all right, on the checkpoint or on the Zone 2.
On to Zone 2.
Yeah.
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 It's so hard though with the options. It's like, oh man, we could do this. We could do this.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna try to continue to build my character and see where Savalair goes.
Yeah. You have probably the strongest fate manipulation character I've seen yet. So that's pretty cool. But I'm gonna run off because I got a limited window of time today. So
Oh yeah.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
I gotta go get food while the getting's good.
Do it. All right. Talk to you later, man. Cheers.
Talk to you. Cheers.
Cheers.